Muy buenos días con todas, con todos.
Good morning. Welcome to the Gender Mainstreaming in International Cooperation for Development in Latin America and Caribbean Forum. This is as preparation for the regional conference on South-South cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Without further ado, we will have the opening session. Here we have the presence of Ms. Yerkes, who is Secretary of the Commission from ECLAC, Barbara Skoll, Director of the Cluster on Strategic Partnership, ECLAC, BMC, JIZ, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency towards International Cooperation for Development. We give the floor immediately to Luis Yandes. Thank you, Anna. Good morning. It is indeed an honor to welcome you to ECLAC. On occasion of the Gender Mainstreaming Forum in International Cooperation for Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to greet Claudia Serrasi, Ambassador, who were fundamental for this effort, Director of Multilateral Relations, Enrique Alfaro, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation, Barbara Scholz, Director of the ECLAC BMZ JIZ cluster, and Anna Westby, Director of the Gender Division from ECLAC. We do believe that gender equality is a human right and essential pillar for the construction of fair, inclusive, and sustainable societies. During multiple crises, situation, environmental, geopolitical crises, as well as the crises in our households and in the care systems, we believe that this is a fundamental space to search for international cooperation towards development, to narrow the gender gaps and to strengthen the autonomy of women, adolescents, and girls. The international cooperation has the capability to articulate partners, players, to promote solutions that can be adapted to regional and national situations, may contribute to the goal on gender equality. This region has been pioneer in gender mainstreaming. We have an agenda that was built for more than half a century with intergovernmental agreements in the framework of the Women's Cooperation Conference on Latin America and the Caribbean, that in August will make another step forward in the gender agenda. As we have already said, this is a true patrimony for this region. We also appreciate UN's women that has been part of this conference. The gender agenda has a clear ambitious agenda towards the sustainability of life in the midst of a new means of development. This meeting on preparation for the next South-South meeting is not here by chance. Number one resolution of the South-South Cooperation from last year called on synergies amongst all synergy organs from ECLAC, such as the Caribbean Women's Conference and the South-South Conference, in order to go forward towards international cooperation that will be transforming, including gender in all bilateral, multilateral, South-South, triangular, and humanitarian cooperation types. This forum is response to that mandate. It is an instance that is here to align commitments, to share tools, and to strengthen international cooperation with a better efficacy in full exercise of women in all diversities. ECLAC, member states, and UN agencies prepared the document guidelines for gender mainstreaming in international cooperation for development in Latin America and the Caribbean to be submitted officially as a working document from this forum and from the international conference that is to be starting tomorrow. This is a joint work between key players in cooperation. It's a conceptual tool, a methodological tool to guide the inclusion of gender mainstreaming in all types of cooperation between ECLAC's member states that so decide to join this initiative. This effort is part of the strengthening efforts for gender cooperation, COPEF, an initiative that is led by Colombia, Mexico, ECLAC, and other countries. We wish to recognize the representatives of these countries that are here with us with a series of practices to make a formal institutionalization of feminist inclusion. We have technique experts that will look at the obstacles in meeting gender equality. The forum is indeed an opportunity to exchange lessons learned and experiences between countries, cooperation agencies, and multilateral agencies. The debate will be on two axes, the analysis of the experiences in this kind of mainstreaming and the challenges and opportunities to search for more financing in this topic. And to strengthen the partnerships to accelerate the meeting of SDGs, especially number 5. Finally, we will end up with a roundtable to reflect together on the opportunities in the region and the world to institutionalize this focus in efficient manners. We call the attention on an important landmark. Only 4% of official aid towards development goes to projects that are mainly on gender mainstreaming, and 5% of this comes to the region. More than half of official bilateral aid is still not including gender topics, limiting thus its transformatory impact. We have much to do, especially in financing towards development. The gender agenda in Latin America is looking for more just, inclusive, equitable societies. Thanks to civil society, our governments, and feminist movements, we have pioneer laws that have been enacted to get rid of this kind of disequality in all topics having to do with gender. Through international cooperation, we may bring this to be a topic in other types, in other sites of the region. This affects not only women, but it also brings in a good framework for full participation and full exercise of human rights, consolidating this region as a global benchmark in terms of gender equality. Having this in mind, we invite you all to participate in our debates, to share experiences, learning, and proposing partnerships to reach more just societies with a gender perspective and having the Global South as a leader.
Muchas gracias a Luis Yañez.
Thank you, Luis Yañez, Secretary from ECLAC. We now hand over to Barbara Scholes, Director of the Cluster on Strategic Partnership ECLAC, BMZ JIZ. You have the floor. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Luis. I greet all authorities present, especially the cooperation agency Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, who are here with us in this process.
Amigos, amigas.
Friends, all. As Luis has already said, gender equality is a human right that cannot be avoided in the building of equal societies, sustainable societies. But in spite of the progress and all of the laws and political change in our countries, we cannot but realize that we are still facing complex systems, and often this is even going backwards. But we cannot forget that we have had progresses, the institutional changes that we have encouraged through foreign policy and feminist cooperation are all very important and must be strengthened. Our commitment to have a more equal world is still more needed than ever. Our agency, together with Colombia, Mexico, and ECLAC, we are strengthening the international cooperation, COPEF, under the Triangle Cooperation efforts as encouraged by the German cooperation. This initiative wants to institutionalize foreign legislation in this region and exchanging experiences, strengthening capabilities to go forward towards international cooperation with a gender perspective. We must recognize that the feminist foreign policy, as Germany has encouraged in the previous administration, is innovative, but we do know that we have faced obstacles. The Swedish experience as pioneer decided to abandon that policy in 22, reminds us that the progress can change quickly. That is why beyond the policies of one country, we must consolidate these focus as part of institutional transformation that is collective, going beyond governments and contexts. And we now on this road. The pillars of this policy bring in the three R's: rights, representation, and resources. These are essential to overcome the problems that have in the past excluded women. But we must translate all of this into concrete action with appropriate financing and with institutional practice that will truly bring in equality and inclusion. We know that this is key. As Luis said, only a small part of aid towards development has gender equality as a main topic, and even less comes to the region. This limits our transforming efforts. So we have a commitment with allocation of more funds so that we can truly go into this. And finally, I'd like to call on all institutions, governments, and cooperation agencies to not be satisfied with what has been done. We must go deeper into more change to strengthen institutional policies that we already have and continue working, believing that we may build partnerships with dignity of the rights of all women at the core, encouraging and promoting full gender equality. It's a complex road full of challenges, but our efforts for a more equal world is still here, and it is being strengthened day by day. Meetings such as this one are extremely important. They are inspiring, they are motivating, and they confirm that we must continue on this path. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Barbara Scholes from the Cluster on Strategic Meeting Partnership GIZ BMZ. And in closing this opening session, we give the floor to Chile, our host country, as from the International Cooperation Agency towards Development. Thank you, Mr. Luis Yanez, Secretary of ECLAC, Barbara Spolz, from BMCJZ Cooperation, Ambassador Carla Sarosi, from Multilateral Agency, Ana Wespes, as you well know, Director of the Gender Division from ECLAC. Good morning. I'd like to start out by thanking all of the agencies organizing this event. ECLAC, BMZ, GIZ, and I thank you all for being here. This is indeed a very important moment to reflect and for collective action. This forum comes in a strategic moment on the doors of the International Conference on South-South Cooperation, and a community of practices that fosters feminist foreign policy. The effective inclusion of gender in international cooperation is not just a technical aspect. What we will talk here has the gender topic as part of agenda, but this brings in much from our history, as of Montevideo up to the Buenos Aires commitment going through the regional gender agenda. Our countries have a roadmap that is ambitious and that places women as at the core of development. Mainstreaming gender in this cooperation involves talking about how we design this and how we finance this, who is in the priority and what kind of development are we promoting.
In this scenario,
the South-South and triangular cooperation is a sample of a huge transformative potential, not only because of its solidarity aspects, but also because it allows us to see the reality of countries that have similar challenges. We can propose innovative solutions promoted by the South that also allow us to see the persistence of gender violence and the experience of the COPEF project that articulates Chile, Colombia, Germany, and ECLAC is a concrete example of this collaborative power potential. It has allowed us to advance in methodologies and tools for gender equality, foreign policy, and international cooperation. Despite the commitments that have been made, we know that the gaps are still there, and 38% of the cooperation, international cooperation programs include gender perspective, and only 4% of the total funding is aimed at projects for gender equality. Latin America receives only 5% of this limited amount. Only around 50% of this assistance lacks gender perspective, and most countries have not complied with the historical commitment of the GDP for AOD. These figures reveal the urgency needed to double these efforts, not only in terms of political will, but also in terms of specific tools to institutionalize, measure, and take a close look at impact. This has been seen because of multiple crises with the and the SDGs, especially those linked to poverty, food security, unpaid care, gender violence, and labor participation. Called to build a care society, it becomes increasingly obvious. We need to integrate women in development as we know it. The idea is to redefine development, to link economic, social, and environmental aspects from life ethics. This, without gender justice, there is no justice, and it is of the essence to reorganize the balance between paid and unpaid work, ethical basis, and political basis as well. The Beijing platform and the gender agenda agree on a specific aspect. Gender equality is not possible without development, prioritizing sustainability of life, and strengthening these institutional capacities for women. This forum brings us together in a very symbolic year. It's 30 years of the Beijing platform, and we're preparing a new platform for women in August this year. What we do here will decisively contribute to strengthen transformations and renew strategic alliances. This should be a decisive step and a turning point so that we can learn to build from a more sustainable future for all of us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Enrique.
Thank you very much, Enrique Farri, from the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, for motivating us and closing this opening session. Following, I'd like to introduce the guidelines for the action plan for gender perspective with the programs and projects for international cooperation. I would like to thank government representatives, international organizations of the UN, civil society that are with us today. It is an honor to introduce this document, this working document on South-South cooperation. It has been very interesting collaborative work to date. We've had support for the project to strengthen foreign policy, feminist foreign policy and international cooperation through a practice community, and welcoming the representatives of the foreign affairs offices and the cooperation agencies of these countries, because there is no area of foreign policy that cannot be seen from the perspective of gender equality. I would like to thank everyone who has worked these past 2 years, leading the effort of the team. Viana Fuentes, who's here at the table, and Nela Bustos and Enrique Oviedo, who has also assisted us with the communications with all countries. It's been collaborative work that we know is a first approach, and the region wants more. That's what we're going to show you. It is a contribution to all of the countries in the region in Latin America. And as the Secretary of the Commission has said, Luis Yanez, gender equality is a principle, it's an obligation of the states. And the response and what we want to do here is to just find out how we can go faster. Gender equality is the main objective and has to do with official assistance for bilateral affairs, and it has dropped in percentual terms in the last few years. After years of an upward trend, we are now around 42% for 2022, which is the last year we have information for. And what is worse, 58% of assistance for development is not enough. We are still in a phase where we need to modify these statistics. We need to improve gender statistics in cooperation. There we go. Some background information. The first resolution of the first regional conference on South-South cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean, the subsidiary organizations of ECLAC were called to strengthen synergies in both aspects for cooperation. The first steering committee meeting, we also were requested to elaborate an action plan for cross-cutting gender perspective in programs and projects. And finally, the third regional conference on women and in Latin America and the Caribbean was called to generate cooperation north, south, 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 and triangular in all its dimensions in order to advance towards a multilateral and democratic system that can put gender perspective at the center. With this paradigm that is being taken to the fora, to public policies, and it is the case of the countries represented here today. We are looking at care policies and systems. This document was prepared in the last 2 years by ECLAC, by the technical secretariat of both conferences, and the idea is that whatever is discussed tomorrow could be taken to the regional conference on women in August in Mexico. We will be meeting in Mexico. I'd like to greet the Mexican Foreign Affairs Office who is present today. We thank you for hosting this 16th conference. We also have information and contributions received by member states to ECLAC. That is the list of the countries on the screen of the countries that have contributed. And we've also received this from UN agencies, UN Women, UNDP, ILO, as well as the Science and Politics Foundation in Germany, which has accompanied us in this process. And of course, within the framework of the countries of the project. This is something we've talked about at length in the last few years. All of the countries have ratified CEDAW and have their specific missions. It is a contribution by countries that are looking not only to integrate gender perspective, but also to transform foreign policy and cooperation from this perspective. What are we seeking with this guide? It is a methodological and conceptual guide that may help guide this cross-cutting nature of gender perspective in its different phases and has allowed us to identify the tools of the region. Our next step will be to build a toolbox that will help countries move forward. The countries have offered examples, and it will bring specific examples with guidelines that are being proposed by the agencies and cooperation agencies with an action plan. Not only what we need to do, what the standard is, but how we can do it and how to do it faster. The document has 6 chapters. I'm going to quickly name them. The conceptual and normative frameworks show us the importance of an institutional architecture, an ecosystem for cooperation that allows us to move forward with all the women, go to guidelines, action plan, and challenges and opportunities. We have mentioned it already. It is all part of actively working in these global fora, regional fora, in order to integrate gender equality as a main principle and guiding factor for global agreements. That is what the region is doing. It's very important. You know, all countries have mentioned this intersectional approach and how inequality or gender inequality is interconnected with the ethnic groups, race, identity, sexual orientation, location, and socioeconomic situation. It is something that we are presenting. We see a lot of involvement by the foreign affairs offices. There's a lot of cooperation that is taking place
también
On the side of the foreign affairs offices,
los propios organismos de cooperación
the cooperation organizations are working together with these foreign affairs offices,
de coordinación.
taking a look at their independence, autonomy. So each country has a different model,
Es que la cooperación internacional
but international cooperation for development needs to be linked with these cooperation policies and equality principles as well. So coordination between institutions is of the essence. In each country, the diagnosis of where we're beginning, a clear development of guidelines, of mechanisms for monitoring, for assessment, and in the different phases, we have one that is somewhat obvious, that is the strategy for the project cycle. That's very important, and it has to do with the definition of policies, how you establish priorities where different countries are doing this. We establish priorities that put gender equality as a state policy
Bueno, en
throughout different cooperation cycles.
los conceptos sobre igualdad de género y
So we have these concepts of gender equality, and we take into consideration the framework of United Nations. We know that each country can adapt this framework according to their own national regulation, but the idea is to be able to work with CEDAW and the progress in formal activities and laws, regulations, and equality between men and women in all of their activities, which is the legacy of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as opportunities and results. It is the substantial element that exists. There is gender inequality expressed and the framework that we have been carrying out in terms of inequality and what was already presented in ECOSOC in the mainstreaming of the integration of the needs and all of the public policies, integrations, and the situation of the state. So last week, we already had approved at ECOSOC a regulation related to how to strengthen the mainstreaming of gender perspective within the system of United Nations and all of the work with the United Nations that we are carrying out. So we have here a positioning that comes from the Regional Women's Conference, what we have called the double path approach. That means it's the cross-sectional activity. There's no area of cooperation that could not be seen from the gender perspective. And we also need to move forward. We have seen this in important environmental projects or economic projects that are being carried out in the region, such as the Digital Alliance or the energy transformation. But we also need certain specific and affirmative actions. The main focus of the project should keep in mind gender equality in all of its results. So this is, of course, the approach, and affirmative actions are temporary. We are expecting that at some point in our lives, we do not need it, as we will have obtained equality. But what we can see is this reality, and we have seen cooperation projects that have both things, meaning that have an intervention or a model that do not keep as main goal gender equality. It is a cross-sectional goal, but it does develop specific actions of maintaining equality. This is the regional framework. It is the framework for mainstreaming of gender perspective, and we have been placing it right in the midst of all this, the autonomy of women. It links to the regional gender agenda, as well as with Beijing. We are 30 years away from this, and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. In the concept framework, we have highlighted the South-South project, Mas Algodón, developed by Brazil in cooperation with FAO and 7 partner countries. This is a project that is quite innovative, that is supporting the women that deal with cotton work. This project from the Caribbean and North South, which is called Engender, which is the recovery of disasters, climate resilience, and the environmental aspects, that is funded by Canada and the US, and it is implemented by the Caribbean Agency for the relief of disasters with the support of women. And the project of triangular cooperation that we have already mentioned, and that is the strengthening of the feminist foreign policy, which is the first triangular project, as a matter of fact, that has been funded, where we have GECLAC participating and all focused in being able to generate a community of practice, of learnings on what is being done from the global south in terms of the foreign affairs, feminist matters, and as well as cooperation. The idea then is to be able to move forward and exchange knowledge and activities of the different countries. Now, the regulatory framework is highlighting all the treaties, agreements, and others. There is a very robust international legal framework of all of the countries of the region have accepted this, and we have Belendo Pará to stop all of the forms of discrimination and violence, and we have the regulatory work of South-South and triangular cooperation established in the Buenos Aires Plan in 78 and also reaffirmed in the high-level conference of the United Nations in the South-South cooperation in 2009 and 2019. Therefore, the contribution of the South-South cooperation to the promotion of women empowerment as well as girls in the context of sustainable development is establishing a support to the efforts to incorporate gender perspective in these modes of cooperation altogether, of course, to the framework that we have in Monterrey and Doha, Addis Ababa, and Seville in funding for development. So basically, what we are establishing is that there is a regulatory framework establishing ethical and legal activities so countries will be able to move forward in this area. But the region also has a regional conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean. We're the only one in the world that has this conference and that has established comments and generating priorities for the regional agenda together with the global commitments that you can see in the lower part of the screen. Of course, 2030 agenda, Beijing, and this year it is very important where we have the 25 years of the first resolution of women, peace, and security, where we have a number of countries that are working along these lines, and a region that is not only expressing to move forward in gender equality in the social, environmental, economic development, but also a new paradigm that we have called the society of care, a society that cares for the planet and people and places right in the midst the care and well-being and all of its dimensions, that it is expressed in the cooperation that we call more than just the GDP. We're talking about new measurements of development. Now, in the regulatory aspect, we wanted to present the example of the 3 countries of the region that are part of this reality. To the right, you can see Mexico that adopts the feminist foreign policy in 2020. They have an international development cooperation and a plan that is called the National Action Plan. If it is Resolution 1325. Colombia presents its FFP in 2024 with a national strategy from 23 to 26, and probably we will be hearing with more detail later on about this. And it is also anchored to a budget and a national action plan. It's the first one in the history of Colombia in the year 2024 of the Resolution 1325. And Chile adopts this in 2023, their feminist foreign policy. It is holding the third strategy of international development cooperation with a framework that goes between 2023 to 26, and it is creating the third action plan of the Resolution 1325. So these are all examples where we would like to be generating sort of a toolbox that can be monitoring how countries are working on all these strategies and in a jointly fashion. Now here we are expressing that a part of the ecosystem that each country, according to their regulation, will develop. And it does express that we have three institutions that have to be clearly involved. And these are the mechanisms for women, the foreign affairs departments, and the agencies that are related to the IDC, International Development Cooperation, with the organizations of the government, as it is multi-stakeholder participation. What is underlined is, of course, the budget that is focused in gender perspectives. In terms of architecture, we have different countries, and you will find it in the guidelines on how we have different countries that are being referenced to. In the main chapter of guidelines, we have the good practices of the guidelines that have been drafted by different organizations of the United Nations or departments of the United Nations. There's consultation of the countries where these four stages were chosen. The first one is to establish priorities. The second, defining the programs and projects. The third is the life cycle of the projects themselves. And the fourth is monitoring and assessment of the policies of cooperation themselves. Also, there was a cross-sectional guideline based on the seven pillars of the Montevideo strategy as enabling factors, with what is how we have called it in the document. So the structure of the projects can be based in an implementation model, more of a public policy in general terms. So in phase one, where the first step, of course, is to align the process of national policies and include the commitments, the national, global, regional commitments, and the creation of the different mechanisms for women. Something that was mentioned in these consultations is to see from which is the starting point to establish it together with the different realities of the countries. This should be a standard or a path for all countries, but it is clear that not all countries are starting from exactly the same area, and how to establish the different goals of funding and indicators to do follow-up, or the common cycles that we have been presenting and the consultation that we have presented, or we believe it is a civil society, which is a fundamental aspect, and how this is fully involved in the region. These are all the examples that we have taken from the regulatory aspect, which is the third political development action plan of Germany that translates into specific activities, including a financial commitment that for the year 2025, the funds should have the goal to contribute to the gender perspective. This has been a strategy. Among this, the creation of projects that is quite explicit in the framework of the expression of the German government. We have also chosen the example of the cooperation framework of the United Nations for Sustainable Development. This is a roadmap for each of the states and the United Nations, be able to establish activities and Agenda 2030, establishing priorities, and with also different performance roles. And it has the regulatory aspects with the mandate of women as the UN Women as the main activity for the gender perspective at international level. In definition of phase 2, the definition of priorities, a very important aspect is data and information in terms of gender. This is a systematic effort that we are all carrying out together with the ECLAC, with the national statistics information, but there are many different cooperation programs that still need to generate information that is deaggregated or gender analysis of the information that already exists. The element of markers, it is something that the UNDP has been working with in different countries. Also to do follow-up and to guarantee resources and the consultations as well. But in the priorities, the programs and projects, something that we have learned of is the importance of establishing goals, indicators, and funding as well that is assigned, allocated as possible.
A very important phase is the life cycle of projects themselves, where we review each phase of the project and determine how it can be established and the type of thing that they may reflect. I'll move ahead a little quicker. The implementation stage, well, this is something that we have discussed at length in our internal discussions, and that is how to establish a continuous monitoring of the impact, because we often find projects with a very good definition of gender equality at a conceptual level, but sometimes they are not able to reach the objectives and the goals of the projects themselves. And when you review, when you're halfway through the review of indicators, because of the absence of information, you lose even more. So the idea is to establish a qualitative and quantitative monitoring and evaluation framework. And what is also very important is lessons learned, how we can multiply reports to promote cultural changes, to advance on a pathway that is very recent. We're only going to just commemorating 50 years since the first World Conference on Women. So our equality frameworks have evolved, especially over the past 30 years, and therefore we truly want to learn in this history, which is a new history, a new experience. So that is what we are summoning, and we have included here an example of AMEC-SIC that formalizes or institutionalizes a protocol that was, and this was formalized in 2023 with the cooperation of UNDP, and the idea is to provide with these tools. And another example that we have mentioned, which was also a pioneer initiative, was ALC that in 2015 developed this guideline with various areas, and there are several others in phase 4. The idea is to design a monitoring system and a consultation. So we have insisted in the document on the importance of holding consultations with experts and also of involving women's organizations in these reviews. And chapter 5 deals with the hows, with how to create an action plan so that we can make mainstreaming effective, involving these 4 phases. So one which has to do with policy definitions, one on priorities, the other one which is related to the life cycle of projects, and a 4th phase on monitoring and evaluation. And we put forward this idea of having an in-house diagnosis of developing a work plan, and this must also be accompanied with capacity building and the strengthening of capacities. And this is a line of work that we will develop in the Triangular Project with the leadership of Colombia, related to how we're able to develop via on the one hand, via diplomatic agencies, but also by institutions, by diplomatic academies, and also training in terms of cooperation for development that several countries have, and how we review the instruments that countries already have in place in terms of guidelines and tools as from a gender perspective. The idea is not to change everything, but rather to build upon what you countries are already doing very well and analyze what can be improved based on the experience that we have, and also the monitoring and follow up and evaluation mechanisms. The end of the chapter deals with challenges, as I mentioned, and looking at the standards for official aid for development, and also in terms of bilateral cooperation and North-South cooperation. I believe that the perspective as from the Global South involves mainstreaming together with affirmative action, and therefore this double pathway approach is what we have in place, because what we find in all indicators in the region is that change is underway. This is a region that is making progress, but not at a sufficient pace, enabling us to achieve the goals that we have established. Now, the issue of coordination and intersectorial the coordination of multiple stakeholders. So, well, this was also mentioned by Barbara Schultz during her presentation. The idea is to generate state policies enabling the progress that has been made to become solid progress that has been achieved with an adequate monitoring and accompaniment on the part of citizens. There is a real concern of going back on these achievements because of discourses based on hatred and so on. And we are indeed evidencing that type of situation in several countries. And therefore, this issue of multi-stakeholder alliance is very important, and moving towards innovating innovating formulas that have to do with structural changes, not only benefiting social change, but also has an impact upon productivity, economic development. The challenges are the regulatory frameworks and the mechanisms. We were thinking at the beginning how this also becomes effective when it comes to equality plans. Sometimes equality policies in countries are not in sync with the country's own foreign policies or cooperation policies, and therefore the idea is how we can help to establish those links, and how within this international context, how we can advance with a decisive action. And this is very interesting, and this is something that was discussed in several conferences. This is a region that wants to be a region of peace, and the coordination between equality, peace, and development is a way of looking upon cooperation and the development that Latin America and the Caribbean is contributing with a very unique voice. Last week, and please bear with me because I want to share this anecdote with you, but we had an opportunity with the Executive Secretary of ECLAC in Mexico of looking at the original Tlatelolco agreement that meant that this region became a pioneer, not only in terms of eliminating nuclear weapons, and it's truly very impressive when one goes to Colombia, that will be hosting the conference between the EU and CELAC, how this region is seeking decisive action to achieve equality, peace, and development. and also betting on multilateralism that has come under severe attack in today's world, and is contributing this paradigm of gender equality and the society of care as from the different territories. We're here in Chile. We have Chile Cuida, which is a very, very significant program at a world level, and so on and so forth. So we have conducted a lot of joint work, and I conclude with the words of the ECLAC Executive Secretary, who says the time has come to make the strategic investments and to have the public policies in place in order to advance towards a substantive gender equality in reality and in the society of care. So this is the the first page of the document, and this afternoon we believe that you will have a printed copy of it, and we hope that you like it and that it will be a sort of a 2.0 version, and that hopefully in 5 years' time we can have a 3.0 version with many more countries, with policies, with mechanisms, with ideas, with knowledge. And I would like to thank all the people that are here participating in this, because all of you have formed part of the discussions, and we also invite you to recognize other resources and to follow us in the social media. Thank you very much.
Sí. Y sin más,
And without further ado, we'd like to offer the floor to panel 1, and Pia Castiblanco will act as moderator. She's a senior advisor in South and Triangular Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Please go ahead.
Está. Muchas gracias, directora Ana West.
Thank you, Director Anna Westmith. Good morning, authorities present and the panelists that accompany us today. I would like to thank ECLAC for the valuable organization of this forum and the invitation to the international cooperation entity of the Colombian Foreign Ministry to act as moderator. Now, with regard to updating gender perspective in international cooperation for development, I am very happy to be here in Chile for the first time and to visit ECLAC for the first time. Chile has produced a lot of critical thinking, as expected by the region. The capability of Chile's institutional framework is to have exercises and clear commitments, and likewise, I would like to thank Chilean civil society organizations that have conducted many valuable actions. So my name is Pia Castiblanco, Senior Advisor for South and Triangular Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, and I am accompanied by Carla Gualtini, Coordinator of Programs of the Chilean Cooperation Agency, ACSI, Laura Galindo, who is Director of Operations and Implementations of Special Projects of International Cooperation of the Mexican Agency for Cooperation, AMEXID, Monica Barrios, a colleague, Coordinator of Latin America and the Caribbean of the Presidential Agency for Cooperation by Colombia, APC. This panel, we will listen to the experience of countries in the adoption of strategies, processes, and tools for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in international cooperation, and also the institutional frameworks that have been implemented by countries in feminist foreign policies. As part of the panel methodology, I would like to mention some triggering questions. Each intervention will be 10 minutes long, and I would like to intervene so that this to make sure that you are on time. And after that, we'll open up the floor for comments by the researcher Claudia Silla from the Foundation for Political Science Research in Germany. And we'll open up the floor for questions from the audience and for those connected online. At the end, I'll end with the conclusions of panel 1. But before the conclusions, we'll have a coffee break. Thus, I'd like to offer the floor to Carla Guasini from Chile. Thank you very much. Warm greetings. I would like to thank the invitation by ECLAC. I would like to greet the authorities present and my co-panelists. The gender approach enshrined in sustainable development in SDG 5 of the 2030 agenda has become a strategic axis in global development policies, calling upon traditional and emerging donors to incorporate this perspective in their priorities for official aid for development. Both traditional cooperation from the north and also the new South-South and triangular cooperation acknowledge that gender equality is not only a fundamental right, but also a key factor to achieve inclusive, sustainable, and democratic development. Within this framework, the gender perspective has become a cross-cutting dimension that guides policies, financing, concrete actions, reinforcing the legitimacy and efficacy of interventions. South-South and triangular cooperation especially have evidenced that they are fruitful spaces to share good practices and contextualized experiences among developing countries, integrating at an increasing level the gender perspective as a necessary condition in order to reduce structural inequalities and strengthen institutional capabilities. Chile has taken on board the challenge of building a foreign policy with a feminist approach, understood not only as a search for formal equality, but as a commitment with the profound transformation of power relations. And this implies bringing to the fore and dealing with structural inequalities that faced by women and girls, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. And within this framework, the Chilean International Cooperation Agency for Development, ALC, has played a role progressively incorporated into its policy and strategic perspective the gender equality, and also to South-South and triangular cooperation is two components, the technical transfer and the training of human capital. Now, this is founded on the conviction that a development without a gender perspective not only doesn't pay attention to existing inequalities, but tends to reproduce and deepen them. This because we understand that inequality is not only economic, but rather multidimensional in nature, including lack of access to education, health, land, and also gender inequality and discrimination against vulnerable sectors.
And here, the agency has a strategy in cooperation towards development from 23 up to 26, including gender as a main pillar. This is not just a declaration of principles. This has two concrete lines of work. On the one hand, direct inclusion of gender in strategic sites, and secondly, to have it cross-cutting all projects from design up to evaluation. So that this all may be sustainable, good intentions are not enough. We require institutionality. That is why in 23, we saw the creation of the Committee on Gender Equality. It's an organ that includes this perspective at institutional levels with clear goals in planning, training, and follow-up. Evidently, that's not enough. We still have not solved full integration of gender. But the creation of entity as this one becomes very important for future advancement. Only through rules, instruments, and capabilities based on a rationale that would lead all of this to development and gender will be able to permanently have this as part of cooperation. We have important steps adopted to safeguard gender in multilateral climate funds to mitigate the difference that women face in terms of climate change. We have projects including gender systematically up to the full design of projects. ALC has promoted an active funding means through different ways. We can thus mention the key aspect that many funds have adopted in gender equality. The Chile Fund 24, 26, 25 said that gender is a priority, demanding that it be included in the design of all projects. In this, we see that in Peru there are two initiatives for women leadership and participation of women in all levels. The Mexico Fund has included that fund in evaluation and impact assessment. In 25, a project on the empowerment of rural women and small fishery. The Chile-Spain Fund has strategies of information for civil servants with inclusive techniques, including the rights of women and adolescents. And finally, the Chilean Fund for South-South Ibero-American Development has supported a project for the inclusion of women that are moving from Chile into Bolivia and vice versa. This shows how cooperation funds are operating as concrete means to advance gender from the territory. ALC has also aimed at having women participating in all capital training. We have had strong results in women participation. In 24, for example, 60% of master's scholarships are given to women, and between 15 and 30, more than 1,400 women profited from the Chilean system. This is reflected in academic mobility and everything that is done with the Pacific Alliance, where 45% of the scholarships were granted to women. The agency has promoted initiatives for triangular and regional cooperation where women are at the center. An example here is the project Living in Civic Centers that was developed with Colombia. This includes the experiences of care quarters to advance the participation of women. We also have other experiences to strengthen female leadership in order to prevent gender violence with the support of the Spanish cooperation. There we have different projects in education, including gender and mental health, women leadership, early childhood, and access to justice. These actions show that there's a consistent desire to include gender, not as a supplement, but as a structural part of all kinds of cooperation. Here, a symbolic project is the partnership with Colombia, Mexico, and Germany to build a community of practices in feminist international cooperation, showing a shared commitment towards a deep transformation. I'm talking about the project strengthening foreign feminist cooperation and the COPEF system. This is a clear example of the potential of partnership to change international cooperation. COPEF has governmental and multilateral actors involved to encourage foreign policy as of a feminist ideal. There we have the promotion of dialogue, the exchange of experiences, and the implementation of a regulatory framework contributing to inclusive practices and to strengthening multilateral cooperation networks. This facilitates the integration of gender, but also it creates a community to share resources, to learn from each other. COPEF also aims at creating a roadmap that will orient and guide other countries that will start on this path. This will allow to show the steps adopted by Chile and Colombia to have a feminist foreign policy, ensuring its correct institutionality and becoming a true state policy. This not only promotes the current foreign relations, but it also encourages the deepening of South-South cooperation that may be replicated in different areas of the world. COPEF is thus a platform to contribute to gender equality, but to encourage also a model of cooperation that is solidary, inclusive, and sustainable, where strategic partnerships allow to make headway towards a more just, resilient society. And that would be it. I will be able to participate later on. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, Ms. Guasini. I now hand over to Laura Galindo, Director of Operations in Amex SID.
Perdón, ¿se me pueden compartir la presentación, de favor?
Can you please share my presentation?
Mm. Gracias. Gracias. Gracias, qué amable. Bueno, pues antes que nada, muchas gracias a todas y a todos por estar aquí presentes. Gracias también a CEPAL por la invitación, al GIZ también por considerarnos en este panel y bueno, a todos los colegas que tenemos hoy el gusto de compartir y que no solamente en este espacio, sino también que llevamos a cabo proyectos de cooperación. Yo voy a iniciar hablando brevemente sobre los marcos normativos institucionales y los mecanismos de coordinación que México ha venido implementando.
Mexico has implemented, even though in the 70s Mexico made headway in its fight towards gender equality. Article 4 has just been amended in our constitution to strengthen equality between men and women. And this recognizes that women have the same rights as men, but there were still no guiding document in order to lead all of these efforts and land them into cooperation projects. In 2011, we saw the enactment of the law for international cooperation towards development, and this was created by an international cooperation agency. And one of the articles, especially Article number 1, says that all actions towards international cooperation should stick to promote human rights and gender equality, even though here, with the creation of EXIT, we have worked to get all cooperation programs to continue to work and promote equality between men and women, and the different groups would develop human rights, working to mainstream gender perspective. As we heard at the beginning, Mexico in 2020 was the first country to adopt a feminist foreign policy. And only recently, a first step was adopted to call on foreign service to include a gender perspective so as to provide space for women to be part of a diplomatic career.
Y bueno, como bien tienen conocimiento, el año pasado entró
As you all know, last year we changed administration. It's the first time Mexico has a female president. And the Constitution has been adapted to this. In 24, reforms were made to some articles of our Constitution. This
promover la igualdad
gives another step towards full gender equality and the eradication of violence against women. We have also acquired new strength. We do have the National Institute for Women, which is now a full ministry. This is proof of the commitment of the government to provide more participation to women. And naturally, in 25, we published the National Development Plan 2530, and one of the national priorities in that plan is the promotion of women, adolescents, and girls to be part of all agents of change that are informed very important for sustainable development, leaving no one behind. Now, as a result of all of this, we also heard that more than 250 institutions should include in their national plans gender mainstreaming.
Y bueno, también como se mencionaba,
And as we also heard at the beginning, one of the first tools that AMEXID worked on to mainstream gender was the Mexican Protocol for Action. With the support of the German agency, we prepared this document that became a project for institutional strengthening in AMEXID. This protocol came about in 2018 so as to have provide an instrument for consultation in order to mainstream gender perspective into strategic action. And the people in charge or related to the preparation of projects should include this. This has three items: a theoretical framework for mainstreaming, diagnosis, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, amongst other tools for analysis and learning that are important to include gender in the life cycle of all projects. Even though this protocol was one of the first tools implemented by MXID in 23, thanks to UNDP, it became a document to mainstream gender in programs and projects towards development.
These documents offer a roadmap and several tools for the inclusion of gender perspective in the entire cycle of projects, and it's structured in 5 groups that look to clarify the basic principles of gender perspective and methods for international cooperation for development with equality from the side of intersectionality and recognition of diversity. And it seeks to unify criteria and promote substantive equality in regional aspects with a more educational perspective and approach. In order to implement this document, which is not, and so that it isn't just a publication, we've been training workers of public administration so that they can further adopt this document, the guidelines, and apply them in their cooperation programs. As part of the findings of these international cooperation projects with gender equality, one of them is the project Sembrando Vida. As Carla mentioned, it's a project that we are working on in the territories. This is being executed in Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Belize in order to support food security in those countries and to empower women and make them visible. And with this project, Sembrando Vida, in Guatemala, we benefited 14,000 people. 55% were women, 53% were men, and 37% were women. It had to do with their bond with the country, with agriculture. Of the learnings that we've had in these cooperation projects to include gender perspective, there's been at least 6. One is including gender perspective in principle with a specific component of these projects with specific actions and an allocated budget. This is progressively for the entire cycle of the project, putting at the center of the target population from the side of intersectionality, recognizing the needs and strategic interests, generating partnerships with local players and international players in order to achieve sustainable impacts, creating safe and participative surroundings that can favor leadership in women, prioritizing this link with groups, especially for those in vulnerable situation, emphasizing the interinstitutional governance and developing tools to accelerate cross-cutting activities for gender perspective. We want to include and elevate the participation of vulnerable groups, but with these programs for cooperation, we've been able to promote it. In building partnerships, especially with the project that I mentioned earlier, we've focused on 3 specific moments: dialogue between the partners, and this dialogue that we've had with Germany, Colombia, and Chile, of course, ECLAC, allows us to offer a space for sharing best practices, strengthening capacities, and building a common agenda for inclusive, fair, and resilient cooperation. Also, through collective work, we build solid networks that can help strengthen actions and multiply their impact. Coordinated work, this has allowed us to know that what each of the countries is doing in order not to double or duplicate efforts. And finally, this exchange we've had with the countries has allowed us to include the projects that each cooperation agency has with a gender marker. Chile is a pioneer in this, and it helps include them. For example, Amexid is a very specific example. And Mexico is also working on this. They're participating for the first time in training their workers as part of the exercise. And we've replicated some consulting experiences. Chile and Mexico are offering a lot of training in human rights. And the COPEF project could be a reference not only in the region, but also could also be shared in Europe, thanks to Germany. It is an exercise that is being carried out in the region, but that can be shared. Finally, we seek to strengthen the national capacities by creating CID projects that will be applied at a local, municipal, state, and national level. This is our QR code, and it will offer more information should you be interested on what has been done in Mexico in terms of gender perspective. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Laura Galindo.
Thank you, Ms. Galindo. I'd like to offer the floor now to Colombia. Mónica Barrios has the floor. Thank you very much. I'd like to especially thank ECLAC for inviting us to this meeting and allowing us to share what we have done in terms of cross-cutting nature and gender perspective.
Bueno, para iniciar, pues desde la Agencia Presidencial de Cooperación hablamos en...
We're talking about a project that has a dual role. We are offers and receivers of cooperation, and this second conference on South-South cooperation believes in the inclusion of South-South principles, horizontality, and reciprocity throughout the region. From the Presidential Agency for Cooperation and as the responsible body for non-reversible technical cooperation, we have a transition scenario. We have a high income, but with huge challenges in building lasting peace. And Ana has talked about the need to measure development, especially where we have gaps, mostly gender gaps. To offer a little context, we're going to begin with the institutional framework that we have in our country, most specifically for the foreign affairs. We have the different human rights standards, CEDAW, the Convention of Belém do Pará, and Resolution 1325. This administration, more specifically, has a national plan for development where the perspective strategy for feminist cooperation is key. We've begun, last year, we began a feminist pacifist foreign policy efforts, and for us, peace is key. And as of 2022, we have a national international cooperation feminist effort that will have a specific chapter to include gender perspective in its projects in the strategic line 4, the fourth strategic line. And it will have as an objective to strengthen institutions and cooperation. These are our frameworks. This is what we've been working with from the agency, and it is what offers us guidelines to frame our programs, initiatives, and projects. So I'd like to share with you the main mechanism for guidance and prioritization of these projects in Colombia. It is our international cooperation system, SNCIC. It has sought to prioritize cooperation strategies in terms of supply and demand. It has been led by our ministries of foreign affairs, by the National Department of Planning, and of course by APC Colombia. And we have 22 tables or groups, some sectorial, some territorial, and these groups seek to prioritize the different players of the territories of academia and civil society. These initiatives that are priorities for Colombia in terms of supply and demand and cooperation. So we find ourselves carrying out some work to build a group called the Social Advancement Group, which seeks to take this mandate of mainstreaming gender perspective in different spaces. And this cooperation initiative has had an institutionalization through Decree 6000 and some from 2022, which seeks to coordinate and articulate non-reimbursable coordination and cooperation so that it can be a multi-player effort through territories, communities, civil society, and academia, together with the technical groups. This has meant significant progress, and we find today that 29% of the initiatives of our portfolio deriving from the national cooperation system have a significant gender perspective, but we still have a lot to do because 61% is done at a superficial or inexistent level. And we find that we still have a lot to do. We are thankful for being part of this project. In Colombia, we participate for the first time in a triangular project, and institutional frameworks, the monitoring indexes, and all the other instruments that we're creating will help impact results through the cooperation system. We'd like to share 4 specific measures that we've made from Colombia to advance this mainstreaming strategy. One has to do with a feminist group that articulates, accompanies, and mobilizes resources for feminist cooperation, making sure there's coherence between discourse, narrative, and practice. This group is in charge of activating a conversation group whose function is to include gender perspective, gender indicators and markers in all conversations. We also have the progressive inclusion of valuation criteria for cooperation. And finally, we have some procedures to adjust these criteria, elaborate guidelines and systems for decision making. We also have a group that groups the different efforts in the country so that they can be moved forward in a coordinated fashion and thus elaborate public policies in our states and in the government.
también hablar
We've also been invited to talk about the monitoring system and assessment system, where we wish to share that since 2017, we have a model for value aggregation and quantification. This is something done as part of the South-South cooperation. It quantifies the direct and indirect actions in terms of logistical impact and everything that is contributed by the different professionals in these exchanges. It also brings value aggregation components. You can see it on the right-hand side. It's direct and indirect exchanges for knowledge, SDGs, visibility, and gender perspective as one of the main ones, and how it interacts with intersectionality. This quantification model and value aggregation also includes part of the project cycle, beginning with the formulation and perhaps before with the negotiation of projects, which is something we include in the system, and how we need to prioritize gender perspective. We have the formulation, the different markers, and the assessment that we do as of this year with the national cooperation groups input, and of course reports and instruments for adequate monitoring, closing, and the assessment, which is a dimension that we have in Colombia as the greatest challenge for progress, going from measurement to assessment. I think that is a generalized challenge to specifically understand which are those installed capacities that the South-South and triangular corporations are leaving for our entities.
Among other tools, I wanted to share some of which in Colombia we are very proud of, as it has been very important with innovative or novel results, but also very sustainable. So Enseña Colombia is an international strategy that we develop with international partners from the South and the global North. In this strategy, we're able to replicate good practices among territories, but with an adaptation that is very specific to the different contexts. And as an important advancement in gender perspectives, we find that in 2024, of the 6 exchanges that we carried out, 5 were all focused in important and significant transformations of gender, meaning that these advancements are really reaching results. We also have a tool that is the counterpart mechanism, and it is a complementary funding system to those projects that have had results and that are being funded preliminary. They are complemented with resources of the national budget. And here we also have 3 projects that have had this complementary resource allocation, where 2 have very important approaches in the area of gender. So for us, it becomes an important aspect. And as mentioned earlier, this strategy of the feminist cooperation is a peace feminist approach, and all of the elements that are affecting women that are all important. And we wanted to let you know about the different or main areas in which we hold these work tables or activities and the advancement of projects. We have the creation of capacity building, transformation of the causes that generate conflict. And we want to share with you that Colombia currently has a plan, which is the program Colombia al Mundo, a specialized program to transfer experience and good practices, especially at institutional level, that is going from Colombia to other countries in Asia and Africa. Here we would like to share that with Mexico, we have a project that is very special and symbolic, as it talks about the artist women from the creation of peace. And when sharing experience, we held an activity in Chocoe where we were able to see these exchanges, where we have women that are teaching us how the creation of networks can stay in the territory. Now, there's some information of the information system called Ciclope that are presenting the progress of this agenda with a feminist chapter. I want to highlight that this is a measure that is significant and we created by filtering the records, comparing projects that we had between 20 to 22, where we have 2022 and 2024, and show you that to hold a specific strategy that is a feminist strategy provides us with good results. And finally, we would like to share some of the strategic alliances that we have from the International Cooperation Agency and the Foreign Affairs Department, of course, to be able to move forward in this area. We have 17 initiatives and we have them in the framework of the mixed commissions with committees with different countries: Guatemala, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, Mexico, El Salvador, Argentina, and other projects that are being carried out that are focused in different topics, including the production and peace building. And we have strategic alliances that are not only interregional, but also with countries of other regions like Asia, Africa, and Eurasia. And to highlight that, there are two novel strategic alliances that are wanting to include productive participation of women and to create innovative activities for their economy. And of course, Colombia para el Mundo, the peace building that will have a specific gender path, and the triangular cooperation project with ECLAG, GIZ, Chile, and Mexico that is helping us to work in the operational aspects and to provide these results that we want. And I would like to end here and want to thank you for you being here.
Muchas gracias. Solo recordar que
Thank you. I just would like to remind you that we in 5 minutes, maybe can mention some ideas as we have a coffee break. We have 43 people connected to this event that shows how relevant this forum is. So now I would like to offer the floor to the researcher, Claudia Silas, of the political department in Germany. Thank you and good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to participate in this forum and this panel. The main aspect of this forum is mainstreaming of gender perspective in international development cooperation. And as mainstreaming is a concept of geometry, I think I will be making use of geometry to use certain elements as structure in my comment. And I understand that my comment is more of a complementary aspect of what was mentioned. I will base myself on what the panelists expressed, as well as with an event in this year for the International Policy Department in Berlin with representatives of countries and participant activities in COPIF. Mainstreaming of gender perspective to international development cooperation is currently at world level, is seeing a double challenge that is internal and external. At external level, geopoliticization of international affairs that is focused in the different states as the people, communities, and individuals. And on the other hand, the priority of the activities of the states as hard power. Now, internally, there's a revaluation of national interest and a high volatility in government policies given a low level of inter-party consensus, backlash included. It is in this context that two things will be happening. On one hand, there's an increase of pressure to justify a policy that finally is going against stream, meaning that it is based in cooperation and not the competence or abilities that places in the center the reduction of asymmetry with the gender criteria, a factor that belongs to soft power. And on the other side, we have a need to ensure funding, which is the topic of the next working activity, but also to widen this approach that will maintain continuity more than just the political contingencies. And it is in this scenario that the mainstreaming of gender and IDC requires to what I would call a multiple and potential geometry. And at horizontal level, the regional alliances and international ones, as well as the multilateral aspect of states, are fundamental aspects. They become communication, lessons learned, and emulation areas, as well as the focus of attracting financing. This is important in the case of foreign affairs for the feminist international development activities, and there's still very low standardization. The regional alliances, as well as the international ones, serve as bridges between national policies and international law, establishing an impulse of formalization in these areas, which is a very important dimension. Now, at this horizontal level, especially triangular cooperation in gender aspects, will contribute in breaking this linear perspective. And there are important movements of women and feminists that are producing knowledge that can be circulating from the south to the north. A multiple and potential geometry of mainstreaming gender perspective for IDC includes also a vertical dimension between governments and citizens in the different countries. It is not only to have an institutional gender perspective, which is not simple to work within the ministerial or bureaucratic activities, or to articulate the foreign affairs with internal policies, creating more synergies, but rather to explain and convince the voters the intrinsic value of mainstreaming of these activities, but also the practical aspects for everybody, independently of their gender or sex, on how gender equality promotes peace and development, as well expressed by Anna Westmas. I think that in this vertical dimension, there has not been enough investment, especially all related to feminist foreign affairs. I believe that the communication of governments was productive and strong at international level rather than national. There is still a need of a less technical narrative at domestic level, national level. That means that citizens will see which are the changes expected when incorporating gender perspective at national level and international level for the benefit for all. And allow me to end with a third geometrical perspective, which is diagonal. And it is necessary, but it is linking the vertical and diagonal aspect, which is the transnational involvement of civil society. We know that political will of states to establish this mainstream of the gender activities, as mentioned by Barbara Schultz, and we're not seeing a state policy, but rather a government policy that it is quite ephemeral, and it is needing the pressure and the impulse of the civil society to maintain demand, gender equality at international and national level, and to exert control on the policies that are guided towards these goals. So transparent monitoring and assessment are always very important in this area. But between demand and control, there is a middle ground, which is the active participation of the civil society and the concept and participation of gender perspective. So with these three geometries, I would like to end my participation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a las panelistas.
Thank you to our panelists and our commenter. We will go to a coffee break, and when returning, we will offer the floor to the panelists, and we will end with the conclusions of panel 1. So welcome to the coffee break.
Sí.
Bueno, retomamos.
Let us resume our work.
Quien nos acompaña.
I greet all of you here present as well as on virtual streaming. We will now receive the questions coming from the audience and from those on the internet.
Entiendo que tenemos una primera.
Do we have a first comment by Mr. Erwin Ipifani? You have the floor from the Brazilian Embassy in Chile for the Technological Promotion Agency.
¿Está? ¿Aló? Sí. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I bring greetings from the Brazilian Agency of Cooperation.
Por estar aquí.
I unfortunately have not been able to be here early. I greet all of you here present. Now, in talking about institutional landmarks that have promoted gender mainstreaming in international cooperation as conducted by Brazil, there are two examples conducted by the Foreign Ministry in Brazil under the Pluriannual Plan 24-27 under the federal government. The goal number 10 is related to the inclusion of a gender equality perspective and racial equality in foreign affairs, as well as the action plan from our foreign ministry for the federal program of affirmative action that includes the program Brazil, You and Women for the promotion of South-South cooperation under gender equality perspective that is enforced until 26. The idea is to support the Brazilian Development Agency in the inclusion of gender in all programs and projects, as well as the consolidation of institutional capabilities to promote the rights of women in Brazil and member states. Thank you.
No sé si
Thank you. Is there any question from the audience? You have the floor. Barbara Scott, you have the floor. Thank you very much for these presentations. We have heard about all of the wealth involved in the institutionalization that is being conducted in many of the countries. We heard about Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. I'd like to make a couple of comments. On the one hand, we heard about what ECLAC is doing with the streamlining orientation. Shall we say this is an aggregate level of all experiences to that effect. It was really like a theoretical version of how the system should be developed. On the other hand, we have the Mexican, Colombian, and Chilean experiences in real life. I was drawn to the fact that there are different roads to come to Rome. Some have don't have a special policy, but they have plans, they have markers. So there is no single road to track. There are different means to come to the same goal.
O sea, lo que a mí me permitiría como conclusión es
As conclusion, I then could say that the systematization from ECLAC allows us to set up the puzzle, but at the same time, the experiences from these three countries show that there are differences in the beginning and in the plan itself. So this shows about the multiple possibilities that we have at hand. But I'd like to go one step ahead. There is something that moves us from the German perspective because we have gone through this. A government that kicks off gender streamlining, which is really the standard, and then another government comes in and says we want to go further with a special policy on feminist inclusion, but then that administration does not come through, loses the elections. So what do we do now? We would like to rescue what had already been done. So we go back to the past, and now we are further into streamlining. So what did we get in the 4 years of additional promotion of feminism? And I'd like to go back to what Claudia said. Communication, vertical communication, in avoiding the trap saying that all has to be done in the midst of government institutions. But that's not all. So my question is, what makes it all different? How to get our progresses to help us become more resilient? I think that what Claudio said about communication towards the different social players, not really adding value because that sounds economic, but adding to the intrinsic value. That is, what do we gain when we work in that direction? It's very important to remember that. Within German cooperation and GMC, we are precisely at that, bringing back the progress reached. We already have an institutional framework set up. We have planning instruments, safeguard instruments. We have a demarcation framework that has already been set up. The thrust provided by these 4 years of feminist policies helped us to be more ambitious in our objectives. I'm talking about a more ambitious program that is trying to reach 93 projects that will meet these feminist inclusion. But that was done, that was reached. So this is something I'd like to rescue. And the other has to do with resources. So what was the important thrust in the process of setting up the institutional framework with manuals, indicators, etc.? Well, this was related to the financing source that came from the Green Planet that forced us to go in through this road having to do with gender policies. So the R in resources is the key to really go forward, having to do with policies and also the resources that are so needed. And here I would say that that was part of my learning.
Shouldn't forget that they're not all structures, indicators, formal mechanisms, but it's also about communications. and putting this ecosystem together with civil society. That is what offers us resilience. Thank you. Thank you, Director. I'd like to offer the floor to Director Ana Westmis. Good morning. I'd like to offer a warm welcome to Denise Stick from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. She also belongs to the COPEF project. Denise, thank you for joining us in this stage. All these examples mentioned and Barbara's comments have to do with what we had already mentioned in the 10-year publication, these feminist policies and framing the transformational perspective. It has allowed these countries that have taken this path to understand that maybe it's not enough. What we're trying to offer is a more solid foundation to generate policies of state, and it goes in both directions. One is a national implementation. I really like this proposal of Monica from Colombia, teaching Colombia these learnings and these projects that include these bilateral funds, Mexico, Chile, and others, multilateral funds as well, that are different routes for learning and collaboration. I feel it's extremely important, both at a national level and binational level. And when we began doing this, we found ourselves in another multilateral situation. It's important because you, with your feminist policies and with countries that have an explicit commitment, such as Brazil, well, working very strongly with gender equality and multilateralism. And more global action. It is a question not to answer today, but there is a dual identification of all the fora. And we are seeing proposals. It is a region that has a voice, a proposal, and that feeds off feminism. Enrique mentioned it very clearly in the beginning in his remarks. Beautiful remarks that I will recover and mention during the closing statement. It is deeply transformative. At the same time, Claudia also with her soft power. So, well, it was just about understanding what we're talking about. So this idea of local and national or national conferences that are offering us this global voice and leading a country, with how these initiatives are helping you transform the international position of the countries. This is a question that we could ask ourselves with these projects and this Latin American and Caribbean voice.
Chile preside la conferencia de desarrollo y la de envejecimiento. México
has to do with the conference on development and aging. Mexico will have the conference on women, and then we have the South-South. Brazil will probably also do the regional one, and we understand that there is a leadership, there is a global voice, and all countries are extremely important and help protect multilateralism. That was my comment. And I also like the multiple geometry. It's wonderful and interesting to be able to put a name to what we're doing. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Director Ana. I would like to offer the floor to the panelists for a round of closing remarks. Well, thank you. And very briefly, just so that we can listen to the panelists, just two quick things. First, I'd like to thank you and congratulate you for the document here at ECLAC. I think that this is of the essence. The international cooperation, South-South cooperation, International Conference on Funding for Development, regional women, and also thanking you for including very concrete examples that can be replicated and will be very useful. And on the points that I wanted to share, part of this was said by the panelists when they presented some examples on Chile, Mexico, and Colombia, is how we take these documents to training. As part of the COPEF project, perhaps we can think about the guide and the action plan, take it to something practical that we can use to, well, use for ourselves as a tool that we can share not only with the region, but also with the rest of the world. How we can take this to Germany, Spain, France, so it can be applicable for the North-South cooperation. Going back to geometry, which we thought was wonderful, I think in this COPEF project, we have an opportunity to think how we can take feminist cooperation to citizens. How do we translate this into something that is more tangible? So that citizens see some advantage in having these feminist policies. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to offer the floor then to participants to Carla Guasini to reply to the questions or closing remarks. Thank you. My comment has to do with the challenges and perspectives for this year and next year.
A la política exterior feminista.
For the feminist policies, we believe that we need to move forward from the actual implementation of gender in all cooperation mechanisms. It is possible to establish that there is a coincidence of opinions with respect to the need to promote development processes that can include women's participation. The main challenge, however, is to transform words into actions. We need to generate capacities that can standardize evaluations with gender perspective so that we can concentrate our advances, our setbacks, and we count on the standardization for professionals of our agency and national sectors, thanks to a joint action that is carried out between Chile and Mexico, together with the triangular project that we are implementing in COPEF. Finally, one of the main challenges is related to the necessary strengthening of internal strengthening and interinstitutional transformation. We all agree with the need to be sustainable in this gender perspective, international cooperation, but we also need to train those who work in cooperation to transform them into promoters of this perspective. And thus the synergy between our institutions is of the essence for the sustainability of this cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, coordinator.
Adelante, por favor, México.
Mexico.
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, pues prácticamente todas las
Well,
abordado el día de hoy nos da un panorama.
in all the talks that we've heard today, we see that we still have a lot to do from the policies of cooperation, gender equality. We're consolidating programs and projects It is a challenge that we all face. This rotation or turnover, personnel turnover. We need to understand daily what to include. We must continue adding to this with other partners, other partnerships. It's interesting. It's what Mexico, Germany, Colombia, Chile, and ECLAC are doing, agreeing on this with a joint view to create new mechanisms. This will allow us to strengthen our knowledge and put into practice some aspects that we maybe don't do as a standard practice. It's an important exercise that we can take with us as homework to work on these guidelines with the projects that we're implementing. In terms of the feminist foreign policy, it is apparently a new term for many people. We think it's important to sensitize people and those responsible for cooperation or that are involved in public policies have very little knowledge. Maybe people in society don't know the term and need to work with institutions, perhaps with some document that could be easy for people to familiarize themselves with. It's also important to continue incorporating gender perspective in these global agendas. We can't really leave all this aside. There's so much more to do. And I believe that with the will of the countries, we will be able to have tangible results, and that could allow for us to comply with SDG 5 that we're all committed to. But we have so much to do still. Thank you.
Gracias, coordinadora. Por favor, adelante.
Thank you, coordinator. I understand that we're going to project a video. Yes, I would like to conclude with a video that was part of the presentation that we didn't show at the moment. We agree with what several people said. It is the importance of the perspective of a feminist perspective to work in that sense from the territories, from making the defense of these advances part of the communities. It's an initiative that is assertive and innovative, but can't be ephemeral, as some of my colleagues said. I think that this is important. I'm not sure if we can go back to the presentation.
¿Nos ayudan con la presentación de...
Can you help us, please, with Colombia's presentation? There's a video that we would like to show.
Bueno, mientras
while we find the presentation, I would like to present some of the challenges from Colombia. The first one is to update the design, assessment, and management of knowledge tools internally and externally, as my colleague was mentioning, to measure how to move forward, not only in the execution, but as well as the installed capacity that these projects and initiatives are leaving. The second challenge identified is to mainstream this gender perspective feminist one, not only as a regulation, but as an ethical element that is involved in the communities and territories where we can say for whom, how, and why to cooperate. It is important to establish the quality data that will be showing the differential impact of women in the different areas. And here we could establish a synergy that comes from this project that we have been working in, where we can have the efforts of the Gender and Statistics Department in ECLAC and the different countries with their own agencies or ministries. And the idea is to have a multidimensional regional perspective to show the advancement of the feminist activities, a proposal that we will be presenting tomorrow in the conference, but we wanted to mention it now as it seems very important for us. And of course, we believe it is important to be rethinking and finding the roadmaps to adjust the allocation criteria of flows and resources of cooperation that are still anchored in a reductionist area that only consider GDP and others. And I think it is very important. So now let's see the video. Maybe if we can activate this video. In this very small video, we are showing how we can create the territories of the project as we have in the implementation with Chile, all of the care systems and others. So maybe you can help us here.
Está acá. Ahí. Bueno, no sé si podríamos desde la cabina activarlo.
Maybe we can activate this video, please.
Mientras miramos si se puede.
Claudia.
Ajá. Sí, para finalizar, sí podríamos identificar si
So maybe we can identify later on whether this video can work. But from Colombia, we believe that the feminist cooperation should be transformative and fundamental. And we need to redefine the means with which we are working in cooperation. And all these initiatives are really nurturing and allow us to progress in the perspective of feminism, that it is so important in cooperation. As Ana Westmas is expressing, feminism is transforming everything, and we can really permeate to the different perspectives of development that we have. Thank you very much. Thank you, coordinator.
Antes de dar la palabra,
Before offering the floor to researcher Ms. Claudia, we would like to add ourselves to Colombian position, and with the questions that were presented by the Chilean or the Embassy of Mexico in Chile and Ms. Jimena Mariscal, we would like to express that the foreign affairs policy was created by different institutions led by feminist women and the LGBTQ plus groups, and it is in planning where we have follow-up markers with bi-monthly meetings, and this is related to these social organizations just to express how implementation is working in the feminist activity. So the civil society dialogue is always a constant activity, allowing us to generate these transparency processes and sustainability of all these activities. We also would like to express that from the Foreign Affairs Department, we have been implementing the appropriation workshops for everybody in the Foreign Affairs Department, allowing us to provide continuity to the 5 axes: social justice, environmental justice, education, culture, and science. So this is how we are seeing how these appropriation and pedagogy activities can be established within the Foreign Affairs Department, but also in social societies. So now you have the floor. Thank you very much. I believe that the international cooperation policies has as an ambition to transform the way in which foreign affairs policy is created. So the ambition is, rather than just mainstreaming in gender perspective, and this is why it's not called foreign affairs policy, but rather the feminist foreign affairs policy, and seeing it in comparative terms, including the European cases and Sweden, I believe that this impact was not seen at high policies at this high level. But I do believe that there were two important effects at a lower level, and one of them certainly is to re-promoting the mainstreaming of the gender perspective. So the title is so well chosen for this forum. The second effect is to visibilize this topic at international and national level. Now visibilized topics are exposed to criticism as well. I believe then that the challenge here of presenting this as a topic should be going together with an expressive and communications task, as already mentioned, to be able to understand this phenomenon. The discussions that we have in Germany and Europe, the questions asked by the public is, well, what does this FFP obtain? Which are the achievements of these elements? Well, there is a perspective towards the focus, as the focus itself would be an autonomous agent that automatically is generating the different effects. Nobody is asking how relevant stakeholders adopted this perspective. The question is not asked like this. So what did this approach obtained? What is important here is to establish this subjective or maybe internationalization of this approach, and to let it understand that by itself it does not generate anything. It is not a live being, but rather a perspective, a view that needs to be adopted by relevant agents. And this perspective or view should be provided by those participating in the policy, but also citizens that finally are the ones that are choosing the governments that are opting for this backlash. Thank you.
Quiero consultar si ya está listo el video.
I would like to ask if the video is ready to show.
Bogotá, sin lugar a dudas, es
Undoubtedly, Bogota becomes a reference in policies that are working towards women. We have an exchange in the area of knowledge for the implementation of systems of care in the country. And this event, led by Colombia, had the IDB, Ministry of Equality, and the Secretariat of Women of Bogota participating. We would like to let you know that there's a chapter in this area of international cooperation and a feminist chapter. We are also working in this area, and we would like to present this reduction of inequalities, but also to work in the different territories, as we are here in different areas that would like to promote this conversation. And of course, be able to present this area. So I am very happy to participate in this area. It is very important to put into practice the different experiences carried out by the territories in this case, in all of the systems of care, and whatever is being done by the different organizations, territories, and locations. The digital system has three ways of establishing a territory. One of them is the one based in care. We have 24 areas of care that are all guided to reducing this time of care, to redistribute within the households those loads of care, the burden of care, and also to deal with the work of these caregivers.
Bueno, gracias a todas las panelistas.
Thank you to all our panelists and to our researcher. And now I have a very complicated task to generate the conclusions with all we have heard this morning. So I will be proposing to start this reading from the 7 pillars that we were hearing. So Director Anna? Yes, I have a proposal that maybe this reading could be done this afternoon, And we are then able to articulate or put together panel 1 and 2. And as we have different people that have been called for this afternoon, if you believe that this is proper, yes, I agree. So being this, so we have finished this panel. Thank you very much to our panelists. And we are returning at 2 p.m. so that you are connected again. Thank you very much.
Juntamos, claro que sí. Sí, 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 de acuerdo.
Si queríamos indicarles a las personas que venís de fuera, el almuerzo es libre. Hay 2 espacios para almorzar en la CEPAL. Hay una cantina.
There are different areas for lunch. We have a cafeteria and a coffee shop. And you can maybe take your food and warm it there.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again, and I am honored to moderate this session. But we still have to go into the conclusions of the first panel. So please read the conclusions for the first panel. Thank you.
Bueno, como decía entonces, estuve tomando atenta nota de las intervenciones.
I took note of the interventions in the morning. I basically found 7 points in common. The first one has to do with transformation. We agreed on a transition period in international cooperation where the feminist foreign relations become an opportunity for international cooperation, a tool to change societies, pushing forward a change in view of the inequalities, violences, and injustice that affect women, girls, and diversity. Secondly, creation of partnerships. We require horizontal partnerships that will be encouraged as of this region. With the new models and paradigms, the ecosystem of cooperation must be renewed into circular systems with a differentiated but joint responsibility, whereby the feminists will be able to bridge multilateral and regional systems. The third is a slogan: there's no social justice without gender equality. Concrete action that we heard this morning, such as mechanisms of financing as brought by Chile, will be able to allow us to adopt innovative systems. Fourth, solidarity networks. Feminist foreign policies will be helping women that have been traditionally excluded. The South-South cooperation from the first panel will help out the participation and decision-making of women and diversities. Colombia said that this will allow for the territorialization of projects to encourage peace in certain sites. Number 5, the regulatory framework would allow for catalogs, manuals, and protocols. Mexico said that this should be followed by training and communication in order to allow for users to readily accept them. Foreign policies are dynamics, and institutional frameworks adopted by countries talk about the histories and special contests. We must protect this. And in that, Claudia talked about the need to involve civil society with accountability and bringing that to different locations. And in the second panel, we heard that the feminist view and international cooperation should go beyond the mere gender inclusion. We must be critical and think about the allocation of resources and funding, cooperation, human rights, and other rights having to do with care systems as well. So why should we include gender in international cooperation? We should go beyond the execution of projects and think about common causes as of a protected multilateralism with cooperation from people at the service of justice, peace, and equal opportunities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Pia. Colleagues, panelists, it's a pleasure to be here as a moderator of panel number 2. This is another effort to help out with the meet SDGs, especially having to do with the gender. We heard about the COPEF for the feminist foreign policies. Thank you, ECLAC and the German Corporation for organization of this panel, as well as the foreign ministries in Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, who have aided in this organization. Here, we will talk about financing for gender equality in international cooperation. I will very quickly mention the guiding questions for this participation. We'll be talking about how to have more investment initiatives, programs, and projects having to do with gender equality, how to articulate international and technical cooperation with the priorities found in the gender regional agenda. What opportunities do we see in the South-South cooperation? And the meeting of SDGs, what are the opportunities offered by the Funding for Development Conference, international cooperation, and we'll talk about innovative models and the partnership for South-South and triangular cooperation and to strengthen investment in gender equality in the region. This is indeed needed for development. We know that we cannot reach development in isolation. This is also a tool to consolidate a just, sustainable development. Gender equality through Montevideo says that one of the axes, pillars to that purpose is the proper financing. And this is what we're going to be talking about now. ECLAC, in its report on feminist foreign policies, will be able to help us to reach that kind of equality. That means that we need more resources from international cooperation. And in talking about this panel, I will bring in some data that we talked about this morning. First, we insist in the urgency of harnessing resources in the region. According to ECLAC's report on the progress of a 2030 agenda, 5 years from the final deadline, only 23% of the goals have been reached. 41% of the goals are on the right direction, but they're slowly gaining ground. And I think that many of these are at a standstill. It is more urgent to have appropriate financing to meet SDGs. The countries in the region have made a lot of progress in terms of gender equality, but this is certainly not enough to reach full equality. We still face deficit in funding policies. ECLAC also says that even though the official aid for gender equality has increased, still 56% of that assistance is not only devoted to gender, and many countries have not been able to reach the first goal of having 4.7 of their GDP to this purpose. In order to go into our discussion, and by the way, let me say that each speaker has 7 minutes. We'll be talking about the challenges in this topic. We'll afterwards have a dialogue amongst all participants, and then we'll have another coffee break and then a closing session. Without further ado, Sandra Mendoza will be the first speaker. She is a coordinator of the Foreign Relations Ministry from Mexico. She is connected through virtual means.
Estaba esperando a que la subieran como panelista, pero ya estaba conectada.
Muchísimas gracias. Buenas.
Thank you. Good afternoon for Chile and good morning from Mexico City. I greet ECLAC, Jay said, and the colleagues from foreign ministries and cooperation agencies from Chile, Colombia, as well as the colleagues who are present. I also greet Jimena Mariscal, who is my colleague. Let me say that we are at a key moment for gender equality. Here we are this year celebrating important landmarks. 50 years since the Women's Conference from Mexico in 75. 30 years after Beijing. 25 years after 1325 on women, peace and security. And this is when we will be hosting the conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean. And this, as Jimena says, begins the countdown for SDGs. This brings in an opportunity to rethink how to tackle these challenges, many for the region, in reaching true equality and well-being, placing all sorts of goals towards development with the people, human rights, and social justice at the center, with more investment in. This requires a comprehensive focus involving financial systems and political will. Feminist policies are a kickoff to have more international cooperation to find instruments that will deal with this development from a gender intercultural standpoint, attaining more investment for projects that will give priority to gender equality. I will talk about the feminist organization in Mexico. This is defined as a set of transforming systems that will reach all levels of Mexican policies involving human rights, the promotion of women's autonomy, and the integration of gender equality at all levels so as to fully get rid of the structural inequalities in gender, building a more just, peaceful, prosperous, sustainable society in the future. 5 principles are part of this policy. First, to speed up the progress of women and girls. And this is part of our commitment as an important player in the government to promote all of this in multilateral spaces and also through international cooperation for development. Our feminist foreign policy involves different levels of our foreign policy in order to increase the speed of gender advancement. Mexico wants to place this at all agencies in technical cooperation. We also have a mandate of substantial equality, favoring access to same opportunities for all. That involves human rights and the progress of women. In order to identify the gender inequalities, we're working to change and to strengthen this, bring in the voice and participation of women. We are working to reach a full parity in decision making in all spheres of our lives. This will become a reality through feminist foreign policies. That means that we must change the way we negotiate. We bring in the agendas through means to destroy stereotypes and to help out to promote gender equality. We look at women in all diversities. That means that we respond to a diversity, that we understand, that we recognize plurality of women. They have their different diversities, ethnia, and different ways where they can be developed. We cannot look at that, but we must look at justice. We must also build strategic partnerships. We favor dialogue and bridging all levels of government with international organizations and communities, as well as with the citizenship. This is very important when we talk about the international cooperation for development. And following these principles, we have the interculturality, and this is a priority behind all of our projects and international cooperation projects. We believe that an effective articulation between financial and technical cooperation with the priorities set in the gender agenda, we will be able to finally align all instruments available with our regional gender agenda with the SDGs, especially with number 5 on gender equality.
We can achieve this by means of the SDG indicators and by assessing the funded projects. Also understanding that funding should not only mobilize resources, but also reimagine how the financial systems can better operate when they do so in terms of people and finding solutions for their livelihood. And this is organic with care. The gender agenda identifies inequality, sexual division of work, and unfair distribution of care. It helps with the SDGs 1, 3, 4, 5, and 10, and also the care economy, which is key to advance with inequality, reach or meet the SDGs and meet all the goals that we have set forth with the gender agenda. Of course, also private sector and financial institutions and funding infrastructure, care services, and strengthen international cooperation and the development of these are some of the significant actions that we can take on. And of course, this is it for me, and I've met my time, and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I'd like to stress the opportunity that we've been handed by the Fora, by partnerships in order to encourage funding of projects on equality and on the care systems. Now, we'd like to continue with Ambassador Sebastián Guanumen, Ambassador of Colombia in Chile. Thank you very much, Director of the Gender Affairs here at ECLAC, Ana Huesme Garcia, Director of the Chilean Cooperation for Development, Enrique Ofaro, and the Director of Multilateral Affairs, Ms. Serasi, respected Counselor of Foreign Affairs in Mexico, and Francisco Garcia, Coordinator of the Spanish Agency for Cooperation and Development, José Luis Metel, panelists that have joined us virtually from the governments of Mexico, Catalonia, UN Women, CAF, IDB, UN, the Diplomatic Corps, and Chile. Attendees, all thank you for this space for reflection and construction. The government of Colombia recognizes gender equality fundamental for fair development of our societies. I'd like to mention some experiences that we're promoting to build gender equality from a perspective of co-responsibility worldwide. In this current scenario, the government of Colombia has advanced in different mechanisms for gender equality, which combining the principles of sustainability, co-responsibility, and co-funding, our country recognizes the potential of these mixed public-private funds and gender responsibility. And this is why its articulation with existing tools regionally, such as those offered by the CAF, IDB, and the Women's Development Fund. And we need to build partnerships with multilateral banks, private sector, organizations of civil society, and the investment funds, prioritizing those that work with environmental criteria and of governance. In other words, effective cooperation requires all of these key players to participate. In Colombia, we are integrating gender equality as a key aspect to prioritize resources, not only as an additional or secondary item. We are working on an intersectional aspect from the moment of its inception to its impact assessment. We are working on the different initiatives. Feminist initiatives increased by 385% in terms of non-reimbursable financing between 2020 and 2025. An explicit feminist project can mobilize resources, and in terms of reduction that we've seen in some other aspects, when keep an open door for these institutional actions, social leadership, with a key purpose to move forward decisively towards equality. Since 2023, our country has applied an assessment tool with gender perspective for South-South and triangular cooperation. This instrument allows us to value each initiative to generate real transformations and being a catalyst for change. It guarantees a direct alignment with SDG 5, promoting technical coherence and budgets coherence in the regional and global agendas. It is a true aspect of this is the cooperation in line with the principles and the gender agenda.
Un ejemplo de esta estrategia es el
One example of this strategy is the South-South cooperation called Attention, Prevention, and Judicialization of Gender-Based Violence, with an exchange between Kenya and Colombia. And this allowed exchanging technical mechanisms and response mechanisms for gender-based violence with an intersectional perspective and that of human rights, promoting mutual learning and adaptation based on good practices. Thus, we are able to transform regional agendas into international cooperation perspectives, understanding that it can become a strategic tool to celebrate these advances. Our feminist political affairs policy strengthens the priorities of the regional gender agenda with tools for technical and financial cooperation, positioning gender equality as a very important part of foreign policy in Colombia. South-South and triangular cooperation allows innovating with more flexible budgets, mobilizing non-financial resources, such as those with technical experience and civil society networks, and generating cooperation between peers. This year, we have a learning route under the title Colombia for the World and Building Peace, designed to share the Colombian experience in peace processes with memory and restorative practices. It highlights the role of women and other groups in gender expressions. This route also offers exchanges with African and Asian countries, as these countries have had similar peace building and conflict situations. The International Conference on Financing for Development is a fundamental scenario to promote the commitment and mechanisms that can guarantee an effective system to provide these services. Now, in speaking with the UN Director on Development, we know that we need an urgent mobilization of private funding to bridge these gaps with the SDGs. SDG 5 on gender equality is one of the most important ones. We also have the specific bonuses for public budgets and cooperation, and the creation of mixed budgets to generate information that is measurable and gender equality. Our feminist gender policies also facilitate the allocation of resources. For example, also in the International Conference on Development, where commitments need to be based on social justice, intersectionality, and sustainability. I'm going to stop here, and we will move forward with the conversation.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. It is extremely important to hear what these mechanisms are for improving financing. We will have more time to delve into this later on. Now with Francisco Garcia, the head of the European Union in Mexico. Thank you, Francisco. You have 7 minutes.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a intentarlo. Buenas tardes. Bueno, una de las muchas cosas inteligentes que hacen en Chile.
Well, of many of the important things that are done in Chile, I know I have 7 minutes, but I'd like to greet everyone. When Ana spoke to me about participating in this panel, we have a general action plan, the GAP, in Europe, it's for financing, where we were able to turn it into a plan not only for European institutions, but also for 25 of our 20 states. And this basically commits everyone.
Y necesariamente un plan que es mundial y que involucra a 25 estados y unas instituciones multipaís. Es un plan muy general.
It is a country for many countries. It's a plan for many countries. And what we did is we basically applied it to the different countries at a country level. And basically, the idea was to take the objectives of the general plan and apply them to each country to understand how we were going to comply with the general action plan objectives in each specific country. There's political empowerment, economic aspects, whatever it could be. And we've had many instances with civil society, with different areas to do so. And in these objectives that we've set for the action plan for all, the European Union for the cooperation programs uses
sobre igualdad de género.
Guidelines of the OECD on gender equality. Is a program that doesn't really affect gender equality. It impacts, or it's taken into account as one of the objectives. And G2 is a program that is exclusively based or focuses exclusively on improving gender equality. We said that 85% of these for 2025 had to be at least G1 or G2. We began with over 60% in 2022. That's the last year I have figures for. And it is significant progress. The general action plan is GAP 3. And that is where we have the continuation of the action plan. And 32%. So we've gone from 30 something to 64, but we still haven't reached 35%. And this objective is measured at all levels in the European states. The European Union is already at 85%, at least in cooperation. However, what we need to do is all participate. And a very important part of this plan is that it was communicated to our council. It needs to be communicated to our council and to the parliament. The annual report that we carry out on the implementation of this action plan has to be communicated to the parliament. It needs to go there and to the council and inform them that we are complying, and it puts certain pressure on all of us. And we've gone from 2020 from 9.3 million euro or 9.3 billion euros to 13 billion euros in funding of G1 and G2 programs. Not just that, we have also set an objective for the G2 programs.
This all including the different programs, and we know that 5% of those actions are equivalent to one of them for each country. That was much harder, and the numbers, we started in 2021 with 7 programs. In 22, 13, 23, 19, 24, 23. So we have a list of more than 60 programs around the world. This list is being monitored, and there it says what is being done, where are the programs, and these are all the elements that we are having. We were called last week, and I said, well, we don't have budgets in Chile, so how am I going to work there? Well, they said you have to do it because even though you ran out of money, I am sure that our colleagues in Brussels have the solution. But this is something that is still being done, and it is reported to Parliament. So finally, this gives us an increase for all the sectors of gender equality. As an example, in programs against gender violence, a part of the one that is the initiative that we have with the United Nations as of 2017 of €500 million, we in the Commission went from 90 million in average in 2020 to 282. For reproductive and sexual health, we went from 42 to 205, and in economic empowerment of 1900 to 3800, in education from 600 to 1200. And in the reforms for public funding, we are able to obtain that 23% of our aid plans in public finance should have included a gender component. And it is okay for certain commitments, and we have to preach by example, but gender equality is not something that can be left just for cooperation. If you work with partner countries, we have to somehow deal with the support of the partner countries and everything related to the gender backing and gender approach, and everything related to the budgetary support in Colombia, in Mozambique, Bolivia, Colombia. We agreed with the government a gender goal of any area, either education, waters, or others, and that a certain percent of women should become a goal of the public policy. And of course, this multiplies the cooperation funds by a large number. This plan, a part of the goals and numbers, and I can continue saying that we went from 400 to 600 or to 2,500. It has 2 other areas. One is multilateral cooperation in forests such as this one. Today, we're talking about these topics where nobody needs to be convinced, but in other areas, we need to convince them. There are certain goals of action in the multilateral area, some goals of dialogue with the different countries, and one that has been very important in our case, which is to preach by example. So in this action plan, a part of the number goals in this area, we're establishing elements where we said that there should be a need for training for the high managers of the European organizations, leadership with gender approach, and all of our leaders have gone through that training, and that has meant that somebody calls me from Brussels and asks me, where is your program, such and such? Because if this does not come from leadership of the organizations and all this being downstream, then nothing else will be complied.
La igualdad de género en cada delegación de
We have been able to have these groups be working in this area, and it is part of the job of the person.
resultados que son buenos.
And given the different results that are good, we did an external assessment, but this is a report on the assessment to the European Parliament and the Council. And here we agreed that even though we have improved enormously, we are still not at the place that we would like to be. We have increased this plan for 2 more years up to 27, so that this will agree with the financial cycle that will go from 27 to 35. That is in 8 minutes what I am able to express.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Y creo que
Thank you, Francisco. And I think that the COPEF project and this workshop is to be able to hear what we are doing in the rest of the world, and to be able to bring it to our realities. And the gender action plan seems so interesting, but even more is the political support going downstream. And so thank you very much. Now we will hear the virtual participation of our colleagues, and we have Andrea Costafreda, the General Director of Development and Cooperation from Catalunya.
Andrea tiene 7 minutos.
Andrea, you have 7 minutes.
Sí, te escuchamos. Te escuchamos.
I don't know if you can see me where I'm at. The power is out. So if you give me a couple of seconds, I am in Mozambique, and we have a power outage. So Cecilia Alemani, she is connected, and then we return to Andrea.
Ya te vemos, Andrea. Entonces, si quieres continuar.
We can continue with you, Andrea, if you wish. Well, thank you very much. Thank you to ECLAC for organizing this forum and for inviting the cooperation from Catalonia. And this is added to the feminist cooperation issue. We are at a point where we are going from cooperation based in gender and from the gender perspective and based in human rights to a feminist cooperation with everything this means from the perspective of really dealing with alliances, theme elements and internal alliances, and also positioning in terms of tools. I would like to share with you which is the positioning for the Conference of Financing for Development in Seville, where we will also be participating. The very first element is to from the perspective of the feminist element, is to express how important the United Nations is, as this is a forum, an area where each voice is equal to representation. Therefore, to be able to deal with a discussion of development from the feminist perspective in this fora, we believe it is important to work on it. We will be doing it in the European Union and other areas, but we believe that this will be a momentum for Seville, and the Conference on Finance for Development will be a relevant topic for cooperation and for external feminist cooperation. The second topic with which we will go to that conference, that of course is included in the different feminist organizations, is to be able to reivindicate a development agenda that is more than just the GDP. Therefore, to be able to deal with multidimensionality of development, which is as Latin America and others, and move towards an agenda that is more than just the GDP. It is a fundamental element, and thus be able to be dealing with a multidimensional agenda, or even to move forward in an intersectional agenda, even though this is of high complexity in terms of measurement indicators, methodologies. We believe it is important to have it all together with the important discussion that will be proposed, especially for Latin America and with the leadership of the Spanish cooperation on a development agenda more than just the GDP. Now, the third topic with regard to financing of development and the feminist cooperation is to again express how important public finance is. In Seville, we will have an important discussion on private financing and the private funds and private investments to be able to shorten that gap of investment and be able to reach the SDG targets and the 2030, the Agenda 2030. But we know, all of us that are here and an important group of people that will be in Seville, that public financing and the fiscal agenda is the equal agenda. So again, to have this idea of mobilizing resources and others for the agendas, the national agendas at local level and others, as there will be the presence of local governments that will be the ones that will be implementing this in area. The ones that do not really access resources or others. So we believe that this is important to be able to support it. A fourth point for the Seville agenda is we know the important agenda of development. It is not a flow and enough agenda to close gaps and to be faster and effective in reaching Agenda 2030. But from a feminist agenda, this has to be understood as a perspective of repair, historical repair, in the asymmetric relationship between the global north and south. And in the feminist agenda, this is also deal with the assertion of not only an important leverage in promoting the agenda in terms of transformation in the reduction of gaps and inequalities, but also as a mechanism of repair of the historical asymmetries and the legacy of those unequal relationships of the North and the South. Something important is the metrics or measurements. In the previous presentations, have insisted in really talking about the effort in the gender equality mainstreaming aspects, but also the indicators of the different actions that have as a main goal gender justice. We know that we are quite delayed in this area. There's very little investment in those indicators. We should even be incorporating indicators that are specific in terms of investment and in the organization of feminist women. My apologies, because again, it seems that we have a power outage. I will continue so far. A fifth element in terms of the importance of begin working in this fund for development, we have to not only deal with a quantitative aspect, but also qualitative. As you know, we are changing the paradigm of cooperation for development. And again, we are insisting that the aid should be an incentive and leverage to attract investments that will be able to transform and strengthen or really deepen those transitions within the region, as well as in Latin America and the Caribbean. We believe that the official help for development should not only be in terms of leveraging the investments, but should be investing in soft infrastructures that are going together with those hard infrastructures. We know that the hard infrastructures are not necessarily the generating social cohesion and closing gaps, but it is important then to continue investing in those soft infrastructures and the enabling environment so that the private investment can have a have an effect that we desire in this area.
Finally, one last point about the agendas without the greatest capability of transformation, and also the what's and the how's. In terms of the what's, the feminist cooperation agenda would like to vindicate two strategic agendas. One of them, with tremendous leadership in the region, is the care agenda, to advance towards a society of care because of the transformational capacity that it has in terms of rights for the feminist agenda, in terms of productive systems, and also in terms of a change in paradigm that placing life and the environment at the very center, and therefore we feel it's a fundamental agenda. And another fundamental agenda is working with narratives, with perceptions, and in terms of our connection with citizenship, not only in Latin America, but also in our European societies. We increasingly evidence how the ideas of our young people, and I say our young people because there is a separation between perception of male and female young people, and this is of concern in terms of the support and in terms of embracing an equality agenda. And we need to understand more and to invest more, as from the aid for cooperation agenda, to work with the perceptions, with the ideas and with the narratives of our citizenship in order to continue to have this engagement with them. And in terms of the hows, I am very happy to hear the many innovations of the different cooperations that have spoken before me. I would like to say that in terms of Catalonian cooperation, three important elements that we want to bet on with the feminist cooperation agenda. First of all, the fund for women, in other words, supporting funds in the countries where we work, capable of reaching women's and feminist movements that are much more organized in the territory, and even becoming and even acting very with great flexibility when it comes, for example, to the legal aspects with the organizations that we work with. And secondly, international protection networks. Increasingly, we find the voices of defenders, of journalists, and of feminist activists that must leave their own countries because they are persecuted, stigmatized, and criminalized. And as from cooperation, what we must do is to strengthen international protection networks in order to guarantee their safety and to make sure that their production and their intellectual, academic, and journalistic production and voices continue to be heard. And the third element that I have also heard from the colleagues that have preceded me are these networks to exchange experiences, or circular cooperation experiences. I know that the UN is also embracing this concept of circular cooperation, the idea that knowledge circulates, so that it doesn't have an origin. Expertise is not located in one single latitude, but rather what we must strengthen are these networks for circular cooperation and exchange. After the Seville conference, we must come out of that conference with stronger tools like the Seville Action Plan, and also in the outcome document have concrete objectives that we can subsequently work with in those post-Seville coalitions. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Again, we thank you because for mentioning the possibilities of the Seville Cooperation Conference and what was mentioned in this morning's panel in terms of the importance of working together with citizens. Now we offer the floor to Cecilia Alemani. It's a great pleasure to have you here. She is the Regional Director of UN Women for the Americas and the Caribbean. You have 7 minutes, Cecilia. Thank you, Jimena. It's a great pleasure to be here today. And as from this morning, listening to the presentations by AIA, I would like to congratulate ECLAC for this event, but also for bring AIA to discuss South cooperation. And of course, I also express all the greetings expressed by Ana Enrique and all the panelists. What we have heard both in the introduction and in panel 1 and now and also in panel 2 is cumulative. It seems that there is no gaps in terms of visions and consensus, at least among those of us that are here, with regards to both instruments and challenges. I'll try to organize these 7 minutes into 3 blocks. The first one, we'll go back to the idea of the context in transition that comes from the previous panel, and the other 2, looking a little bit more at the latest available data related to cooperation in the region and some elements in the for the future, aligned with what Andrea has just mentioned, aligned with her proposals that make a lot of sense. And without repeating anything, I think it's important, be it that we call it transition or whatever, whatever name we give to this situation where the hegemony of international cooperation in one way or another, or that was already facing a crisis and questioned for many years now, and especially as from Latin America and the Caribbean, generates a space for reflection, for discussion, and also for reaction. So when we look at the document that we produced in UN Women about the impact, the transgenerational impact of international cooperation among feminist organizations, and this was just a sample. The region represented 14%, more or less, a sample that we worked with, but only 10% were not impacted by this cutback in cooperation. And we're not only talking about the cutbacks in cooperation from official aid for development obtained from the US, but from many developed countries involving traditional cooperation. Half of them stated that in the next 6 months they'll probably have to close and no longer provide services or conduct their activist work. And as we know, those most severely impacted will be the smallest organizations, the most peripheral, or the ones that are closer to what we call popular feminism. So this is a warning for cooperation as a whole. And I think life helps us a lot to put into order, as from the perspective of Latin America and the Caribbean, how to mainstream the gender perspective and the gender approach. So that will be of tremendous help, because we have made certain progress, and we have heard that. We heard presentations from Chile, Mexico, Colombia in this sense. But when we look at data, we still have a very long way ahead of us. And also with traditional cooperation, when in 2008 we discussed the agenda of the efficacy of cooperation. And we began to say, as from civil society, that we had to incorporate the gender perspective and the human rights perspective in that agenda. The whole ecosystem of cooperation did not understand the relationship between effectiveness and the gender agenda. But now we're able to to see how relevant that is. And Francisco talked about the data in the European Union and also the progress that has been made in our region, that we no longer have to explain this because cooperation and gender equality is already linked. And there is a challenge not only in terms of narrative, but also in terms of data as a whole, and especially in the region. When we talk about official aid for development, the traditional one, the official data, the latest official data is 2023 data. And if we look at the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean, how much actually reached women's organizations and government organizations who are working for gender equality out of all traditional cooperation, North, South, and multilateral, how much of that actually reached Latin America? Only 0.4% was directly received by women's organizations and the public ecosystem working in favor of gender equality. And on top of that, we add cooperation for sexual and reproductive rights and everything related to violence. And Francisco quoted the Spotlight program. We reach a level of 2%. So we have many instruments that help us to promote traditional cooperation, and that has occurred during the past few years, and yet we still talk of between 0.5%, thinking about the public and civil society ecosystem and organizations for the rights of women, and up to 2%. This is a different way of reading the data, and with the concerns expressed by Andrea in terms of how many resources actually reach these organizations. And if we look at South-South cooperation, that is even more evident. The latest data that we have in terms of South-South cooperation are limited, but they come from the report, and I hope that will be discussed tomorrow, that we will discuss other elements. But what we have published so far for the biennium 22-23, there is very little is prioritized, and its main objective or secondary objective is gender equality, much of which we have heard now forms part of the big of the universe. Because if we look at years 22 and 23, 36% of all South-South, Ibero-American South-South cooperation goes to regional South-South cooperation. Only 4% of this regional South-South cooperation has a gender priority. If we look at triangular cooperation, which is growing and which represents around 15% of the total, well, 4% prioritizes gender, and the other half of South-South cooperation reported in the region, which is bilateral, there 2% goes to different spheres, which is culture and gender is a third of all of that. In total, then, in these 2 years, we have some 16 initiatives throughout the Ibero-American region that support gender as a fundamental objective, and twice, a little bit more, 37 initiatives and projects have gender as a secondary objective. So this is the outlook that we have at present. In the qualification of South-South cooperation, we have more projects than initiatives. Some specific initiatives and projects have increased over the past few years. More projects, less initiatives. And obviously that is better, because what matters here is not to have a larger number of initiatives rather than projects, but rather more robust capabilities in South-South cooperation for the advancement of gender equality. When we looked at the first 10 years of reports of South-South cooperation with Ibero-America, almost there was nothing related to gender. Now it begins to appear. It's still very little, and probably with the initiatives that we heard today, that those form part are a significant part of this universe. What is a challenge? Well, in general, what we're measuring is a very traditional perspective of South-South cooperation, be it bilateral, triangular, or whatever. Normally is from government to government, with regional and international entities participating in that, in triangular cooperation, with the dynamic that incorporates many of the stakeholders that are present here: Spain, Japan, Germany, and others. And basically, it seems that the demand for South-South cooperation that has this region, and in the Seville drafts, this comes across very strongly based on demand, and in this equal and inclusive perspective, the gender equality is not too big. It has been what we have seen over the past few years is greater demand for South-South and triangular cooperation with regards to care, because the agenda of the Society of Care that was mentioned by Luis Yañez, Ana Westmes, and Enrique at the beginning forms part of this. And yet, the demand for South-South or triangular cooperation is still very small when it comes to gender equality. Opportunities to open this up, yes, of course, so that South-South cooperation may form part of women's organizations, not only the ministries and secretariats of women, but civil society organizations and the feminist academia, which is endangered in the region because of lack of finance. If we look at the cooperation from the north, a quarter of the cooperation was obtained from the US until 2023, and yet for women's organizations it was nothing. It was something like 0.007%. So they will not be impacted, but they will be impacted by the cutbacks of the support provided by other traditional providers of cooperation. And so in synergy with other, with South-South cooperation and other international entities, the idea would be to incorporate feminist academy and civil society into this South-South cooperation, and looking at civil and important opportunities in the draft for the fourth ministerial conference on financing for development. What comes across very strongly in Article 11 is gender equality and the rights of women, and we hope that that will remain as such until the end. And the hosting government and everyone, well, it's important to maintain all that. And one of the things that comes across is how we can achieve long-term systemic approaches when it comes to cooperation, something that civil society has demanded very frequently. We have certain initiatives. Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay have long-term cooperation policies in place, well, up until 2030 at least. And this could be an interesting instrument for regional cooperation agencies and for regional ministries of foreign affairs, be it that they have a feminist foreign policy or not, in terms of developing their long-term cooperation policies that may contribute to that predictability and continuity, but also to transfer that political will and turn that into real commitments, be it by mainstreaming the gender perspective using the idea put forward by ECLAC, and also incorporating this, of course, as an objective in itself, and supporting the women's and feminist organizations and those of civil society. And perhaps the last point, looking at civil, the cooperation components and the fiscal cooperation components, and some points have already been mentioned by Francisco and Andrea. What comes across very strongly as proposals is to enhance budgets with a gender perspective and fiscal reforms with a gender approach. And there we could find tremendous synergy between regional fiscal policies and the different regional conferences. And what also comes across very strongly is the role of women organizations led by women in the social and solidarity economy. And in the sense, South and triangular cooperation in the region could truly be fertile ground so that countries in the region that have already made progress in budgets with a gender perspective, supporting and promoting this both centrally and at a decentralized level. This is where I end, because I'm sure that I've overstepped my 7 minutes and I could continue talking forever. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Cecilia.
Thank you, Cecilia. We are clear now that we no longer have to be convinced on the need for gender and cooperation. The data you brought on gaps are disarming, but this brings in also opportunities. Let us now give the floor to Guillermo Martin, leader of the gender team from UNDP, Latin American Caribbean. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation to be here at this forum. I greet Ana Westme from ECLAC, GIZ, foreign ministries, for Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and from other member states as well. It won't be repetitive. We are just about to end this forum, but I'd like to insist on the current times with fast change, uncertainty, and political crises, social and political polarization. The last reports on UNDP's human development talk about this situation. But as we already heard, we have very important summit meetings that are important to deal with development and cooperation. We have the Seville Forum. We'll soon be at the COP20. At the region, we have the Mexican meeting. And elsewhere, we have a discussion on G20. And that is why we believe that we must understand that gender equality is at the center of any kind of policy or proper financing. It is very important to have strategic action to counteract these processes. And that is also suffering at the level of global development. We're talking about $4 billion to meet these SDGs, but the global wealth is $450 billion. So the capital is there. There's enough capital to ensure meeting these goals, but this must be redirected either with this domestic funds and all sorts of investment. So you must have mechanisms for risk reduction, have enabling systems, creating partnerships to meet SDGs. Together with UN Women, we have seen that the goals that can be less funded are number 5, have to do with number 5. And there's a deficit of about $370 million to meet it. So we need gender-focused financing. We must rebuild international cooperation for development, having these elements in mind. When we analyze domestic resources, we have two challenges involved, and they will be debated in Sevilla. There is one main theme that is forging investment towards women, and that is for public debt and how it is absorbing a lot of resources from the countries, especially developing countries. We believe that in 23, the debt service increased in 35%. That is less investment and left for health, education, basic services, and access to women's services. And another one that is seen in our region has to do with a regressive fiscal framework, so that the lower quintiles amongst women are the ones that absorb the greatest burden of taxation. These two will be discussed, but we must place that at the agenda of cooperation to find triangular solutions. Well, we already have PT-LAC, we already have different spaces to discuss this. Now, the second has to do with the initiatives developed to aid well-informed decision making and the changing of the architecture for development. In talking about national integrated financing, well, we do have some that are offering solid ground to align fiscal policies with SDGs, with transparency and confidence to leverage foreign investment. Secondly, we must insist and understand that with the decrease in aid for development, working and multiplying the impact is a need. And that's important for us because in 24, each dollar for basic funds financing mobilized $450 for investment. And these are proprietary funds. It's an assistance that can contribute to mobilize the triple impact. Thirdly, we must work on the sustainability of investment ecosystems that will be seen in Sevilla, encouraging patterns of sustainability and this is very important, financial taxonomy that is already being worked on to articulate a climate with gender equality and social impact taxonomy, and also working with impact management socially in terms of gender and other bonds, green bonds or sustainable bonds. At UNDP, we have a mechanism that is economics. We're working on this kind of investment in order to leverage fiscal policy analysis, global public goods, naturally the care systems, and this has been done as led by UN and DECLAC, and we do believe that funding for the care system globally is the node of the gender inequalities, and we need all players in cooperation and investment encourage these partnerships. And finally, we must work in institutional transformation. As you know, at UNDP, we have a global initiative that is called Gender Equality in Public Institutions. This is a seal bringing in transformation 360. We're right now in 15 countries in the region, more than 50 institutions. In Chile, the foreign ministry is working with us. You have been talking about gender markers, about training, but at UNDP, we need to understand with 5 dimensions and 40 articles, we have to learn more about international cooperation, making a good diagnosis, following up, and external evaluation to follow up institutions and feminist movement in a concrete way. This mechanism is being constructed in this region, aiming at strengthening public banking and the second floor banking. Much of the international investment coming through loans or investments are not able to fully leverage because we need to strengthen the second floor investment banking. Here we are working with CAF. And finally, I must work in climate financing and green funds. We are working in our institution together with experts in green financing with a gender perspective. We are harmonizing methodologies, but also have in mind the green movement and outcome evaluation. So I would leave it at that. Thank you very much. It's very interesting to be here to discuss all of these topics that are so dear to us. Thank you, Guilhermina, and thank you for the follow-up of UN agencies. This is very important, especially during those times of unprecedented challenges. And we now hand over to Paz Arancibia, Senior Regional Experts on Gender from ILO. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I wanted to thank ECLAC for including ILO I also thank all institutions and international cooperation for aiding us, UN agencies and all present. We must look at the future that is so uncertain. Thinking about Sevilla and beyond Sevilla, these are important times. I will talking from the standpoint of the labor world. That is what ILO is all about, and feminism in the labor world. We believe that we must be clear about gaps, the gaps that we have in the region. I'm talking about gaps in jobs, in work, and the labor participation of women. We still have gaps of about 22 percentage points. Some studies conducted by ILO show that these are gaps that, yes, have improved, but we see still that women are working in jobs that are less productive and informal. When we look at the whole situation, we have income gaps of 20%. And when we go to the differences, we have tremendous differences. There are studies that show an employment rate of 28% comparing with men that are at 78% with high education levels. And if we talk about intersectionality, there is an informal employment in rural women without studies with informal occupation of 91%, whereas urban men with high education have different rates. And this is important. We must understand all of this. If the context is not studied, I know that at ILO, we work in things that have to do with public policy, labor markets, and social dialogues. But often it's more difficult to understand what international cooperation is from a classic standpoint.
But sexual division of labor is there. It's a clear trend. And the speakers that preceded me dedicate 3 times more time. And what we know about women is that it's 56% of our region are not in the labor market because they carry out unpaid care work. And they could be working, but however, unfortunately, they're not. So, well, that's one thing. There's also opportunities. There's a sexual division of labor that can be viewed as a barrier, but it also offers us an opportunity to think about labor infrastructure and others if we understand systemic barriers, and we could have or generate and channel other ways, feminine movements or the improvement of competencies and for employment or understanding a vision of public policies in the long term. Makes it even more difficult, but we could have feminine empowerment services and long-term policies such as maternal leaves, maternal leave. And what is also important for the ILO is that this be part of a tripartite process. There's workers, Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and we have to have 150 in this international cooperation. So we understand from the ILO, has to do with the ratification of our agreements and gender equality, the review of labor relations, has to also be done at the specific tripartite groups. And if I say that for the ILO, a feminist policy would be a minimum wage policy, we know in this region we have 14.8 million women with a specific agreement. Agreement or Convention 189 is dedicated to minimum wage. We have domestic workers. There is this huge part of the pyramid that is included in this effort for decent work, and it affects other aspects. So it is a long-term effort for that policy. We're also working on policies for care, public policies that require other alternative ways to develop and offer care. We're working on this with the government of Colombia, Honduras, Bolivia, and others. We also have a very clear mandate. We have a professional training center in Montevideo, in Uruguay, and with them we work to reinforce these professional competencies. It is important to generate evidence so that we do it in an intersectional fashion. We have to strengthen the national statistics systems. There's also an initiative that's going to come out in October called South for Care, where we're going to strengthen the possibilities of care for the global South. And we do this taking into account the employers, corporations, and union organizations because of the collective bargain and social dialogue components. In South-South, we have successful experiences, and these have to do with the standardization of competencies and also of caregivers. We have collaboration with Sinterfor and ECLAC and others to work on this, on the standards and common competencies at a regional level, to work with the caregivers in order for the care chains to have stability. One of the more known ones are perhaps the regional initiative of Latin America and the Caribbean. It's an initiative for child labor, South-South cooperation that has taken a lot of children out of child labor. The last report was launched last week. Says that we were able to get around 6 million children out of child labor in our region. And now we're very much focused on preparing domestic labor indicators for children. We also understand that it can be, you can combine financial support funds with other funds that promote horizontality and innovation, and that can be put into practice with pilot experiences. We have the experience from Colombia. They've been successful, and after that, it was taken to Honduras, Bolivia, and other countries. It's important to strengthen the, well, fora such as this. The ILO is present in G7 and G20, and in these spaces last year in Brazil, we strongly supported this agenda for labor from the perspective of economic autonomy of women. Monitoring and assessment is as important, and knowing what works and what doesn't work. Having this on these networks of knowledge that we were mentioning earlier. That is all on behalf of the ILO, and we thank you all for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Paz, y felicidades.
Thank you, Paz, and congratulations to the ILO for your commitment, for the work done. It is very productive to see sexual production of labor not as a barrier, but as an opportunity for investment. And now we will continue with our last virtual panelist, Lidia Hidalgo, leading specialist of the IDB. Thank you, Nidia, for being with us. You have 7 minutes. Good afternoon. Thank you all very much. I'd like to thank ECLAC for the invitation. And I'd like to share my presentation if possible. Can you see? Yes. I'd like to share our experience on mainstreaming gender and diversity within the IDB. And this is information, well, is what we have done in terms of our contributions. It is institutional. There is a part of an institutional strategy that has been recently approved for 2024 to 2030. We have gender equality. This institutionality has a framework of corporate results. That includes results at a portfolio level with an action plan for gender and diversity. It's been mentioned. And at present, we have the diversity plan for 2025. And it's been around since we approved the policy for gender equality. We, as a commitment, we have operations for sovereign guarantee, and that needs to include mainstreaming of gender. We also have a framework of environmental and social policies, MPAS, which looks at the preventative aspects. In our operations, we take actions to learn about the negative impacts and to prevent gender violence. I'd also like to say that this institutional framework has a very interesting and important operational aspect that allows for this to develop with an office for gender diversity. It's within the chairmanship, and it helps advise the senior management of the bank. We also have a network of focal points, and this actually supports the players and the different divisions, but we have this network for gender in each of the sectors. So there is always support from people who know about gender. And from 2020 and moving forward, we created a process for the alignment of gender and diversity, which includes annual corporate goals by sector. And finally, there is a process of monitoring, accountability, and learning. It includes results and the process of learning opportunities. Here we have a reference from 2024 to 2030. These are the goals of the IDB, and we see that for our new goal for 2024 to 2030, we wish to achieve over 90%. How have we moved forward with the application of this institutional framework and procedures? Well, the baseline is presenting from 2020, and we had 45% of the operations aligned with gender. 2024, we've reached 98%. A similar evolution we've seen in our diversity projects. What have we done? For 2020, we have a procedure on gender and diversity that is based on our operations. Our operations need to have a diagnosis of gender gaps, and they need to also present actions. And we close all three with indicators and results. This allows us to do it in two different ways. The first, which is a more traditional one, is okay, we look at gender inequality and look at them as determinants of issues. We need to have an alignment through vertical logic or the theory of change. And there's a second way of aligning, which is having greater presence in operations. It's the complementary logic. And there isn't much evidence normally of how it affects the different problems in the sectors. So what you do is you try to find gaps in the sector without finding evidence of whether it's determining or not of the issue. For example, electrification. We expand power grid, but of course we need participation from the sector. And only once we have that can we create actions to invest in these topics.
But we also needed to understand the depth of this element, and we started with the tier system, meaning that if an operation does not have the three elements I mentioned, they have a zero alignment. But if they have three elements, but with just one indicator in the product matrix is one, if it has the elements, but it has a result indicator, then tier 2 and tier 3 is a project that is specifically dedicated to closing the gender gaps. We have had different elements in women's program and against violence in women. Now, which other mechanisms have helped us in more effectiveness and funding? As mentioning, many of the difficulties are present when we do not have evidence on these topics. And that means that the GD Lab was created, the Initiative on Understanding of Gender and Diversity. What does this do? It creates knowledge that allows to deal with our operations with different calls, even in gender-based violence and economy of care. There are policy briefs, and we also have a match with the operations of the bank and research center. Something else that has been interesting in mobilizing the funds from the public sector and private sector is the gender parity policy from 2016. We have been working on the support of this together with the World Forum and the public sector at very high level ministry and others with enterprises that are good examples of equality. And they create this initiative of gender parity. And the agenda is basically to decrease the participation gap, decrease the wage gaps, and to increase women's participation in leadership. They have addition mechanisms for other companies that are committed to including these areas, and they have been operating in a number of countries of Latin America. And we also have other mechanisms to promote the South-South cooperation, where we hold the political dialogues, and we had a regional dialogue and policies of the prevention of gender violence. We also have an interregional technical cooperation program. And of course, we have also heard of the care initiatives. The bank recently launched the institutional effort to mobilize public-private finance for the integral care. And to conclude, I would like to go to how do we deal with more financing? What is important here is the quantitative aspect, but also effectiveness of this element. We still are lacking evidence and data that allow us to strengthen these activities. We need better metrics of those actions within a program and which are the results that can be obtained, which means that we will be able to evolve towards operations or projects with innovation, as an example, payment by results or by performance. And to have better cost benefit initiatives in our programs, that provides us with argument to be able to talk to those entities that have the money in the countries, which are the finance ministries. And also coordination between international cooperation and the national counterparts is a very important element at local level, national level, or regional level. Will provides us with synergy and not the duplication of efforts. And of course, we have already heard about the innovative mechanisms. We have had very good experiences with the mobilization of the public-private elements. And we also heard the bonds by gender, which is a way in which we can be able to finance the mobilization of private capital. And I would like to stop here and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Nidia.
Thank you, Nidia, and thank you for highlighting the importance of numbers evidence to be able to promote more financing in this area. Now we go back to our panelists that are here in the room, and I would like to offer the floor to Jose Luis Pimentel for his 7-minute presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will be very brief as it is the last presentation. Probably you would like to leave. I first want to thank ECLAC for inviting us. In the presentation of these guidelines, we believe it is very relevant, not only because of the context that we are going through, but to be able to support the approach that we have, and that is very clear, which is the importance of the incorporation in programs and projects within our organizations, but for which maybe there was a need of a guideline such as the one that we're hearing today, and puts together different efforts in such an important activity that we're carrying out in the different countries. Nonetheless, there is one very first thought where mainstreaming is not only important, it is necessary. Without mainstreaming, we will not be able to obtain any progress. And no progress will exist without specific actions. This mainstreaming cannot substitute the gender equality policies. So it is in this sense that the support to financing of gender equality will be dependent on two factors. There is a need for political will and institutionality. It is within this framework that Spain has been able to move forward from the creation of the Women's Institute in 1983 with 20 million euros budget that time to the creation of the Ministry of Equality in 2008 and 2020 that today have a budget of over 500 million euros that are carried out between the central organization and the autonomous communities in those areas that are related to this. But this impulse would have not been enough in Spain without the legislation and the political powers from the integral law of gender violence in 2004, which was what we were able to provide in gender equality, to the law of equality that was creating, for example, a unit of equality in each of the ministries, or the obligation of reporting to the general budgets of the state on the gender impact on public policies, and the State Pact Against Gender Violence in 2017, with the support of almost all of the parliament that placed the importance of the struggle against gender violence. There have been important advances at legislation level, which is the sexual freedom or others that are really in the struggle or fight towards the gender violence. And there is a budget analysis and the impact of gender equality in our general budget. And there has been an important factor of the mainstreaming aspects of the universal funds that we call them next generation, the large recovery funds in the European Union right after the pandemic in our countries. This whole policy has been seen in the international cooperation done by Spain, not only through this organization, but the different areas that participate in Spanish cooperation, AECID, the Spanish Agency of International Cooperation, and the affirmative actions that are being supported in gender equality and countries that are signing cooperation activities of these feminist policies. And it has what we are calling the cooperation feminist. This is how it is called. We do not have another policy in Spain that is calling itself feminist. We do not have something in health or education, but we do have it in this area of feminist cooperation. So it is in this sense and in this context of the reduction of the international cooperation, we need to establish that Spain has had a sustained effort in development that is expressed in the law that was approved in 2023, the first law approved in 2023 of international development cooperation, renewing the one of 1998, and that for the very first time in history of the whole of the planet, establishes by law the percentage of official aid in development that Spain has to establish, and it is 0.7. And right now is 0.3 something without a determined framework, but it is defined and it has to be carried out by each of the governments sustained throughout time. There is another important change in these times, not only coming from the context of the reduction of help, which is related to the concept of cooperation. For a number of years, we are going from the international help concept to international alliance. And that is very important in Latin America, where we are talking to governments and states in a logic that is very different in terms of cooperation and mutual help in projects and programs, many of them that are related to gender equality. So it is in this context that we see the triangular cooperation program, and that has that approach of multi-stakeholder, and it is horizontal as well between the participating countries. When Spain participates of the South-South cooperation is not being done as in the past as just a funder, supporter, or technical assistance. It participates just as another one, and in the process, everybody learns. That red line, well, not red line, but that line that was separating the offering a country or receiving countries, it is getting blurred. When we have this triangular cooperation, there are dynamics where everybody learns, everybody exchanges good practices, and everybody incorporates those aspects that have been developed by the rest of the countries. So it is in this context that the funding conference that for Spain is a tremendous challenge, an organization challenge. We already have more than 30 heads of states and governments that have been confirmed, more than 150 ministers, 4,000 official delegates, another number very similar of the civil society, more than 1,500 from the media, of what is expected of the large international conference. So it is in this area that that Spain does not have a position that is separate to the rest of the European Union. There are different works done by member states that are working in different aspects. Spain is strongly working in the mainstreaming gender approach, and the final declaration presented in the conference. And it is for this that there is what is being called the civil platform being promoted will be a platform that with countries on a voluntary basis would like to go far and beyond what is being done by the different results. We are going to be many side events and the four within the conference, and among them the civil society forum that will be talking about this area of funding, gender equality in the current context, and a side event proposed by Spain to talk about gender mainstreaming approaches. We really hope to generate very deep changes in this system and at the same time reinforce multilaterally activities and joint work in the different countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose Luis, and thank you for talking to us about what we hope will happen in Seville in the next week. I think we were lucky enough to listen to the presentations from different sectors, and they were very useful. And so now we will have a 5 to 10 minute break and come back for the conclusions and the rest of the interventions. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon.
Darles la bienvenida a este
I would like to welcome you all to this roundtable, challenges and opportunities for gender mainstreaming in international cooperation for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would first of all like to greet Anna Westby, the director of the Gender Division, Ms. Barbara Scholz. Oh, so that was okay the way I pronounced it? Fine. As well as Jimena Mariscal from the Mexican Embassy in Chile. I would like, first of all, to hand over to Jimena to bring in the conclusions of panel number 2. Thank you, Ambassador. I also thank the members of that panel. We will certainly talk further about that subject. We are talking about strategies as soon and opportunities. Now, in this panel, we were fortunate to have speakers from all sectors in a community of practice such as COPEF, and we'll agree that investment requires gender perspective in these kinds of investments and in key sectors. We found several areas of opportunities, innovative mechanisms, how to increase finding in this topic, and I will mention 3 of these, and I will be brief. The first one has to do with the promotion of strategies for debt financing and funding through the emission of bonds on sustainability with environmental, social governance principles involved. We also talked about flexible budget, as Colombia mentioned. We also heard about comprehensive reform with a multi-dimensional view of development, including more precise evaluation that will truly reflect progress in development. And finally, we agreed that we must back a reform of international financial architecture so that it may be truly representative and more agile and accessible to expand financing for the global south. This reform should focus on inclusion and well-being for equality, care system, empowerment of women and girls, and supporting women's funds. Undoubtedly, there's also the need for political will and institutionality. That is key. We also need more data and evidence on the result of financing towards equality. Having in mind these proposals, we also heard about the great opportunity that will come on the conference on funding for development and other global conferences that will also deal with this topic to push ahead gender mainstreaming in international cooperation for development. We had a dialogue, and from that we can conclude, as ECLAC well said on their report 10 years after the feminist beginning, we believe that this has a great responsibility to promote strategies that will bring in more development with mechanisms such as debt relief, regulatory framework to fight tax evasion, and reform to the international tax system so that this be a true feminist transformation. We have heard also that we require concrete commitment, investment, international cooperation that can be done through strategic partnership with all players and stakeholders. I thank all the participants and members of the panel here both here as well as online. It's been a pleasure to moderate that panel. It's a pleasure to be here working for more inclusive cooperation. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Jimena.
Thank you, Jimena.
Tenemos algunas preguntas guías que vamos a plantearle.
We're going to ask a few questions that we have from delegations. And if the panelists that are connected would like to react and participate online, they can do so as well. The first question I would like to ask is, what are the main challenges of the region in advancing towards mainstreaming gender perspective in the international development cooperation? What opportunities does the current regional context offer? And for gender perspective and conspiracy theories. The third question is, what regional synergies could be strengthened to enhance regional gender perspective in regional agendas or international fora on funding for development, the 30th Conference of the Parties, COP30, and the UN framework on climate change, and the second Global Summit on Social Development. And finally, what contributions can the second conference of South-South cooperation and the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean can make? I'd like to offer the floor and offer the floor in the first place to Ana from Gender Affairs at ECLAC. Thank you very much. It's truly been an excellent panel, a wonderful day to think about multiple players that can generate more positive environment for peace. I'd like to mention a couple of points that haven't received that much attention. Perhaps this idea that we find ourselves in increasingly complex geopolitics, perhaps one of the most complex that we've experienced in decades, a world that is suffering inequality, wars, crises. When we talk about development crises and the effect of climate change. So the weight of the payment of debt and all this limits the margin for maneuver and policies and more ambitious efforts. Jimena was reminding us that less than 1/5 of the goals will be achieved in this region despite the advances. I'd like to make two contributions in the region. One is the reform of multilateral reform and the international architecture, financial architecture, and having access to mechanisms for financing sustainable development, and of course generating surroundings so that no one is left behind. We've seen and heard a lot about how to finance these and the defenders of human rights and how to generate a more adequate environment for domestic workers. And another point that is our beloved Principle 7 on the Rio Declaration, and we've reached climate change agreements, but not necessarily cooperation. But it is a world where we need much more collaboration, and solidarity needs to again make justice within countries. And it is about establishing these platforms for multiple action and understanding responsibilities with 0.7%. We have heard this in different countries, more developed countries. So we wanted to remind you of that principle because in the Global South, it has led to, well, it has been taken to development conferences, not with great success, but it is a principle that is key. And Ambassador, just taking the advantage of this opportunity, it is the only region in the world where in the last 48 years, we've had an agenda that is progressive, comprehensive, that belongs to all governments in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also the member states of ECLAC, states like Germany and others that are part of the conference members. So it is practically part of our culture. It gives us a sense of direction. It gives us a sense of implementation to advance in an intergenerational manner with a purpose of cooperation with the IDB and multilateral banking for development in terms of advancing with the funding, with resources, with mechanisms to make this agenda have a push forward because we have some difficult conditions, but there is an intentionality that we haven't seen earlier. Thank you. Thank you, Ana, for your intervention, for your remarks and valuable comments. I would now like to offer the floor to OIM. Thank you, Ambassador and colleagues at ECLAC. Ana, it is a pleasure to see you again. And of course, to the public and to everyone participating, we also would like to make a shout out to the Day of Family Remittances because it is important how people are sending sustainability to their families. It's women mostly. They're contributing to the economic needs of their families, but they also address some needs for care. Recognizing their contribution means advancing towards more fair, inclusive, and sensible public policies sensitive to gender. And these advances, the advances of the platform, the Beijing platform was very important. And we have included interinstitutional features and of course other forms of prevention against trafficking of persons, working with legal frameworks, defining action plans, among others. And it's important to stress that even though these actions represent advances in recent migratory aspects, it requires collaboration between states, local governments, and key players such as the UN, civil society, and the private sector. This will allow for sustainability and advancing the capacity of advancement of migrants, women, and children. So we wish to continue to promote a systematic change in gender perspective, intersectionality, interculturality, and human rights in order to make the contribution of migrant women more recognizable and of course, with the structural aspects that expose them to the vulnerabilities of this migratory cycle. OIM 55 emphasized the fact that women and children must have rights and opportunities. And we've seen this with the other regulations, resolutions by the Secretary General of the UN, tending to assist displaced women, especially youth in this displacement, because it implies that these solutions will not be effective or sustainable without the significant contributions of women, especially youth. And the second message, resolutions for displacement must address the increased risk of violence for girls, displaced girls, and of course, number 3, the empowerment of girls and youth that can help prevent displacement in their communities. Good practices to mainstream gender perspective, and here with at the OIM, we have worked on migrant women's situation and gender equality. We've also supported the normative strengthening and worked on migration with a human rights perspective on the trafficking of persons, and also all this related to disasters. We work on migrant persons and looking at gender perspective in this conference on migration CRM, and of course looking at the thematic roadmaps. We have supported training processes with leadership of women entrepreneurs to promote employment possibilities for migrant women, and feeding a regional program to promote women leaders and reduce the gap in gender issues. We wanted to share these examples of good practices and the forum for migrant women. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por todo.
Thank you very much for your valuable information, and we congratulate you for the work you're doing. I'm under the impression that the floor has been requested by Mónica Barrios.
Embajadora. Bueno,
Thank you, Ambassador. To close this space, I'd like to remind you that as a challenge, aside from advancing and maintaining the advances, we know that it's not necessarily a linear process, and that unfortunately, based on the advances in the region, the Regional Conference on Women is a very important space. We believe it needs to be revitalized, and we also feel that we need to focus on appropriation and pedagogy to take advantage of the different narratives, and in order to maintain them at a country level, as well as in the region. Having said this, we need to feed our frameworks, our instruments, and we believe that this is key to do with partnerships where we have multiple players, and we need to involve communities, civil society, banking, private sector, philanthropy. We need to join forces in order to mobilize resources. And this is not only with a horizontal scheme, but also a scheme that will allow seeing each other as strategic partners where each player can contribute. We believe that strengthening these relationships opens the door to continue moving forward with these contributions and the basis of society. Finding everything that is common and our differences is what we need to mobilize, and there are very important partnerships, as some colleagues said today in the panel. We need South-South, North-South, and circular cooperation so that the South can take practices to the global North. We wanted to share some practices. I know we're sharing some instruments that are very interesting for Japan. And of course, also with the triangular relationship we have with them. And we are also looking at these technical aspects For example, there's something very important here with our triangular project. We're going to leave some platforms installed so that countries and players can continue to make use of them. We believe that these added value schemes add input for the advancement of our goals, and we feel that with our innovation horizontality and these shared capacities will continue to help mobilize instruments, discourses, and narratives, and we can hope for more. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por la importante.
Thank you very much for that important comment, and we agree that it is important to maintain those progress and to persevere with the alliances. I see that Urban Epifanio from the embassy in Brazil has requested the floor.
Me gustaría
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to talk about the Brazilian perspective in the South-South cooperation activities and to be able to work on gender equality in the region. There is a very promising activity of the South-South cooperation that is trilateral in the alliance between the government in Brazil and UN Women. Currently, there are 2 documents that are guiding documents that integrate gender perspective in all of the cooperation, South-South cooperation initiatives, including those in which gender is not the main topic. The first document has guidelines and a checklist that provide general guidance on the gender perspective, focusing in the leveling of the information on this topic and the attention points for each of the cycle of the project. The second document is a toolkit that provides technologies in facilitating integration of gender equality for all of the different stages of the life cycle of the project. It is expected that both documents, once finished, can become the permanent reference and can be incorporated to the manual and procedures of the Brazilian agency and serving as part of the design and cooperation initiatives. The cooperation agency in Brazil acknowledged the importance of training and the sensibilization of the cooperating organizations. The main goal is to ensure the participating parties be prepared and be aware of the need of incorporating a gender perspective and its initiatives, avoiding the approaches that are not the best ones in this dimension. It is for this that 3 training courses were held in the gender perspective with the participation of the gender department with different ministries in the government in Brazil. The Brazilian agency adopts the practice of including in their terms of reference and invitations to training and events, those explicit recommendations to promote active participation of women in the different projects of cooperation, technical cooperations in the South-South.
Muchísimas gracias, Edwin, por toda la.
Thank you very much. And the excellent South-South examples are important. And now we offer the floor to Ignacio Rodriguez from Tax Chile.
Muchas gracias, embajadora. En representación de
Representing Chile, I would like to share the main challenges and opportunities that we find in the region and move forward in the mainstreaming gender perspective for development. In terms of the main challenges of the region, from the Chilean experience, we are considering that the main challenges is to move forward in the political will and based on systematic activities that is sustained and verifiable in the different modes and stages of international cooperation. It is important to deal with the institutional framework that will not depend on the different sensitivities, but it should be a structural principle of this area. Another important thing is the South-South projects and that we all have in the region. Finally, we have the challenges of strengthening the technical basis and also institutional one. And to ensure this focus, we have to deal with those that are creating these areas with a solid training in gender and with tools that reflect the daily activities of cooperation. About opportunities of the global context, we believe that this is offering important opportunities. The feminist activities by Chile, Colombia, and Argentina provide a window not only to show the gender perspectives, but to actively participate at international level from a feminist perspective. Likewise, the transgender platform, the regional conference on women, the South-South conference provide a solid basis, creating synergies among the participants of the region. Could have project coordinated with ICLAC is a strong opportunity to strengthen these areas, to create joint path ways in international cooperation in the global context. It is offering relevant areas to decide, as in the fourth conference for financing in 230, where we can see the link between climate change and gender, establishing the differences between climate change on women, and to establish safeguards in the multilateral activities. On the following question that talks about the potential synergies from Chile, we believe that it is fundamental to establish synergies to ensure the regional components and other international agendas. The region should be articulating the large forum as 230 and the fourth international conference for financing for development to promote a joint possibility for gender activities and allow the South-South cooperation in moving forward in this area. We have to work in a coordinated fashion so that this gender agenda is fully involved in financing climate change and social development, and that the gender perspective is cross-sectional in these multilateral activities. Chile wants to delve into the multilateral activities as the ones that we have developed with Chile, Mexico, the regional fund with Germany, and the joint projects with UN Women with the potential roles that are scalable and focused in gender. And the question about the second regional conference on South-South cooperation and the Conference of Women in this next conferences that will be occurring soon, we see the importance of providing specific tools that can be replicated and contribute to the gender perspective in the South-South cooperation. It is in this sense that the roadmap that we're creating with CODEF, it is a key input for those that want to work in this area or strengthening the gender agenda. It is important to propose that there is a need to move forward to common guidelines in monitoring the different activities, as well as to strengthening the continuous training areas to create technicians and the shared practices in all these areas. And finally, Chile is fully committed to work in these areas, establishing alliances and monitoring resources to contribute to a more inclusive and transformative activity. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ignacio, for your thoughts. And
Respuesta a cada una de las preguntas.
for responding each of the questions that we have presented. And now I would like to offer the floor to Barbara Schultz from GIZ, BMZ. Thank you, Ambassador. I can underline many of the elements that were expressed by the preceding speaker, especially what Ana said and what was just explained by Ignacio. With regard to funding, we have held very important experiences with GIZ and the resources of the BMZ when establishing clear and binding goals. This is all managed by the design mechanisms for previous analysis and designing projects, implementation, and monitoring of these, generating the basis for trust and transparent management activities that are important in ensuring funding. On the other hand, we have gone through an experience of insisting in strengthening the focus on the quality of expenditure. So not only the qualitative aspect, the quantitative aspect, but also the quality of these expenses, and to maintain the transformative focus based on rights. We see that for the past years, this has been promoted by the feminist approach and value added of a strong push to a concept that is talking about this mainstreaming of gender, requesting a change in paradigm. So this, I believe, is important to keep in mind. I believe Anna mentioned that we have a different geopolitical situation, especially for what we have just seen in Germany, in the new approach of cooperation within certain changes of paradigm in the policies of government that are responding more to their own interests. There are certain expenses that are in the area of defense, something very important in adaptation of infrastructure with regard to the needs of climate change and the economic development in Germany itself. So this is something that will be changing the conditions of cooperation. It is something that even though we might not like, we need to keep in mind as this is coming. So what do we need? And how to approach it. I believe that on one hand, we need to keep in mind this focus that is already mentioned, which is the content, and to be able to link it to those people that are leading these projects. I then agree with what Claudia said, that it is not an issue of the focus of how it is working. People are are being empowered with these areas. We need to strengthen this. And on the other hand, I believe that we need to be able to visualize the benefits. It's quite practical and very real, as that is what we are requested every single day. And to be able to understand gender equality as a cost, it is an investment in a future that is serving all, and it is the best future. It has an impact in human rights, but also in other areas in productivity, social cohesion, and climate resilience. And this is something I believe that along these times when the specific interests of countries that become stronger every time and are guiding the different activities, it is important to highlight those co-benefits that are articulated here.
So when we talk about the society of care, we also talk about care for the planet. And so it's a concept that goes beyond, but the idea is to bring that down to earth, to be very concrete. That is something that is very worthwhile. Working with a gender perspective and putting that in practice involves a continuous learning. The methodologies that we define for project design and for their implementation is in permanent evolution. In this phase of feminist cooperation, we have worked hard with intersectionality and the decolonization of concepts. So we have to enter into these alliances within institutions and between countries, because these alliances between peoples that provide us with this content are the ones that will ensure that this will be an ongoing process. And another aspect related to alliances, not so much with alliances, but with co-benefits, is that I believe that we have to work hard on what we call inter-regional dialogue. Intra-regional dialogue within the Latin American region, but also coordinate that with a dialogue with Europe, for example. We have bi-regional agreements on care and so on. Those are the mechanisms that I believe we should strengthen and use, because those are the alliances that make this, that upholds this in time. Thank you. Thank you for that important reflection. And with regards the importance of the project that we have been analyzing, and also sharing the vision with regards to the complex moment that we are facing from a geopolitical standpoint. I don't see that anybody else is asking for the floor. I'd like to have a look to see if somebody has raised a hand of the people that are connected online. Yes, I am told that Sandra Mendoza is asking for the floor. So we'll offer the floor to Sandra. Thank you, Ambassador. Good afternoon. I would like to very briefly, and based on the questions that were asked, I would like to refer to the opportunity for Mexico for greater cooperation with our framework for sustainable cooperation, which is structured into 4 strategic areas, which is governance and rule of law, social inclusion and substantive equality, inclusive and resilient economy, and the environment and climate change. That also incorporates 4 cutting thematic priorities, which is the rights of women and girls, human mobility, indigenous and Afro-American indigenous, and all this linked to the National Development Plan that was implemented as from the administration of our first woman president in our history, Claudia Sheinbaum. Now, we highly value the opportunity that this COPEF project opens up for us in terms of institutionalizing the feminist foreign policy, and we know that that will provide us with very important indicators in order to promote its progress. And I would like to benefit to a high impact project as an example that we have recently had precisely with Chile, which is our project within the Mexico-Chile Fund in order to favor the access of women in rural areas to land ownership. And these are issues that will make a big difference, yes, which will break down these structural inequalities. When women have access to land, that means that they their opinions are heard, and it means that they can be politically active in terms of the use of that land. Now, with regards to the upcoming conference in June on the financing for development, let us remember that Mexico's involvement has been fundamental. Our conference began in Monterrey in 2002, and in 2025, Mexico is a co-facilitator of the document on results, and we believe that this will play a very important role so that the priorities of our countries from the global south and also the need to respect the principles such as national sovereignty, equality, non-conditionality will be reflected in the world discussion. And so that this, this fourth conference also opens up an important space for it to become a turning point and to make progress with concrete and bold commitments that prioritize gender equality in global financial systems, and is a priority to position gender equality as a fiscal, institutional, and legal commitment, and not only an ethical commitment. And hopefully countries will agree on innovating tools such as investment for responsible private investment and reforms of international financial institutions that ensure equitable access to financing. Finally, I would like to very briefly refer to the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that will be held, that we will be hosting very soon in Mexico City. And we hope that this regional conference will summon collective action in favor of equality as from our region, and a message that will be conveyed to the world, and that other side events such as the intergovernmental meeting and side events will provide us with an ideal platform in order to continue to project the progress of the gender agenda and to enter into ambitious agreements. And in this conference, what we will see is the hows, not the implementation in political, economic, social, cultural, or environmental aspects of the society of care and of gender equality. So I end up by saying that between the 12th and 15th of August 2025, we welcome you with open arms in Mexico City. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra, for your reflection, for everything that you have shared with us. And I fully coincide with the importance of the joint work between conducted by Mexico and Chile. I would simply like to check that nobody else has asked for the floor. So I'll now move on to briefly summarize what we have discussed today. We believe that this space has been very valuable to enter into a dialogue between government representatives, cooperation agencies, ministries of foreign affairs, and agencies such as WMO that shared important information with us and has enabled us to bring to the fore both the progress and the pending challenges in our region. And especially when it comes to the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in international cooperation for development. Interventions have reflected a shared concern with regards to structural problems that prevent a gender approach and insufficient financing, the institutionalization and the persistence of discriminatory patterns, and also a complex situation that we're facing, accompanied with different crises. However, we also highlighted important progress, such as the COPEF project and the role that multilateral spaces, such as the Regional Conference on Women in Mexico, can play, or the conference on the financing for development, the fourth conference that will be held in Seville soon. The impact of good practices of South-South cooperation and the contributions of cooperation from South to the North and triangular cooperation. These fora provide key platforms in order to discuss in greater depth our commitment with more inclusive cooperation, fair cooperation, and transformative cooperation. This forum on the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in international cooperation has been an enriching space for reflections and exchanges and the construction of ideas in a joint fashion. The experiences shared by representatives from AXIDA, MEXIDA, APC Colombia this morning evidences concrete progress in the integration of the gender perspective in the policies and practices of international cooperation for development. And as mentioned, feminist policy only acquires life when it is taken on board and promoted by stakeholders with power, with decision-making capabilities. Institutional commitment must be accompanied by a transformative condition, and the experience of Chile, Colombia, and Mexico in collaboration with Germany and ECLAC reveals that it is possible to build practice communities at a regional level that strengthen capacities, institutionalizes a gender perspective, and establishes pathways that can be applied at a global level. cooperation has been consolidated as a strategic tool in order to make progress with this transformation, promoting the exchange of lessons and the construction of more inclusive frameworks. However, we have also seen that there is still important vacuums, the lack of standardization, evaluation tools with a gender perspective and common frameworks that enable us to measure progress in a consistent fashion and to be accountable on the real impact of our interventions. Likewise, projects focused on gender equality continue to receive a minimum portion of international financing, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. Countries of the region also share the conviction that international cooperation must be a strategic tool to transform the structural causes of gender inequality. And we need to advance towards sustainable and inclusive models with budgets with a gender perspective and accountability methods that are participative. The strengthening of institutional capacities, continuous training, and the articulation of stakeholders are all fundamental aspects in order to ensure that this progress is sustainable over time. In the previous panel, what was very interesting was information related to financing, especially when we look with great interest at this fourth conference on financing for development, at this upcoming conference. I've had the possibility of participating in several of the preparatory sessions in New York, and we can evidence that there is tremendous interest on the part of countries in terms of continuing to discuss, to continue to contribute, and to reach a consensus in this sense. Finally, the contributions of this roundtable will be fundamental in order to nourish the discussions of the second regional conference on South-South cooperation, as well as the next regional conference on women. And what was especially important is what was just mentioned by Sandra Mendoza in terms of how Mexico is viewing the conference. And both events are key moments to reaffirm our collective commitment with a transformative collaboration which contributes to the creation of a society of care, of bridging gender gaps and advance towards sustainable, fair and just development in Latin America and the Caribbean. This forum has evidenced that international feminist cooperation is not only possible but urgent. The construction of sustainable alliances, the promotion of transformative policies and the active participation of women and girls in all the diversities is a necessary condition in order to advance towards sustainable development, leaving no one behind. I believe that we continue this event with a commitment of continuing to mobilizing knowledge, resources, political will in order to make this agenda more profound. We hope to project these lessons in the next regional and global spaces, and because this is not only a development strategy but a political bet so that we can provide more care in a much more equitable manner and in a much more resilient manner. We have discussed with the team, Colombia, Chile, and Mexico, taking into consideration the exceptional exchange that we have held today. And thus, we would like to propose that we will produce a document, a summary of this event, identifying the most important exchange that we held today. We will prepare this document and we will distribute it to all participants promptly. I would also like to highlight that tomorrow, during the second regional conference on South-South cooperation in group number 2, again, we will be discussing the issue of the integration of the gender perspective and in international cooperation for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. This panel will be moderated involving the participation of Ana Westmes, Enrique Sara, Mónica Barrios, Laura Galindo, Bárbara Soc, and Francisco Garcia. So we will be very interested in listening to you all tomorrow and of listening to your visions. And thus I would like to wish that you all have a fruitful exchange and that we can all continue to work together both tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So thank you very much, Anna. And now you have the floor. Thank you.
Bueno, muy bueno.
Good afternoon. We're now closing the forum, Gender Mainstreaming in International Cooperation for Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is the first forum that we conduct within the COPEF project. We hope that every year we may have one on the feminist foreign policy. This year we concentrated on cooperation. I'd like to thank all of you for your participation, foreign ministries, cooperation agencies, international organizations, multilateral organizations for sharing your experiences, lessons learned, and visions. I think that we are going forward in this practice communities. We also appreciate the presence of authorities from Brazil. EU, Spain are also represented here, and ILO, UN Women. It's time to go forward in the what. We want to redefine development. This is what is being asked in the region with a new proposal, especially looking at the care societies. We also want to go into how. This is a two-way street. More mainstreaming, more transformation, and more affirmative action. Claudia Sealer talked about a multi leveraging proposal. So we would like to go forward. Behind all of this, there are people. There's leadership. There is communication, and the change takes place with people and at people. Tomorrow, a new phase begins. Francisco Garcia said that tomorrow we go to the forum. This is a proposal led by this group. We will try to get all countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. We say that this will be a feminist policy, but involving all countries in the region who will be taking up that standard. Having integration in mind so that consensus will be more and more an obligation, bringing in state policy in our countries, but also with regional standards. The region always helps out here. And naturally, together with UN, to go forward into the different conferences. We have an important mandate to have a better articulation between the Regional Conference on Women and that of South-South cooperation. Gender equality is not just a fundamental human right, it is also a structural criterion towards development. A cooperation that we search for aims for peace, justice, equality that are fundamental values at UN and a vision of development based on well-being and a care society with values such as the changes we are living through, involving transformation in the labor world, transformation of development, energy, etc. The COPEF project is a joint learning. We cannot call it circular cooperation because that still has not been coined at UN, but it's really a practice community where we all learn from each other. That is why I also want to thank Barbara Scholz, the director of the Strategic Partnership, ECLAC and GIZ. We have the secretariat that is pretty ambitious behind this project. We have the foreign ministries and cooperation agencies from four countries. we hope that this community will expand more and more into the future. I'd like to talk about 3 initiatives that have to do with that conference. The first is the Fund of Women and Feminist Organizations. That is a proposal stemming from the Regional Conference on Women. The governance includes governments, networks, women's associations, like UN Women, by the way, is the administrator. And we have already had 2 meetings with the contributions from Mexico, Colombia, EU, and Luxembourg. But I wanted to tell you this because we must finance that. Secondly, how to speed up investment.
Movilizar recursos.
Investment to mobilize resources, to be more innovative. And I'd like to say that we have submitted an initiative at Sevilla that is called the Accelerated Investment in Care Systems for the Region. This is an initiative that includes CAF. It's still in the final recommendations from IDB, and Chile is chair of the Intergovernmental Conference on Aging, and the other one on development, and Mexico as host country of the Regional Conference on Women. This initiative has the sponsorship ILO and the Organization on Care. We wish to have partners from outside of the region into the Regional Conference on Women. And we also want banking system to participate. But we do know the fiscal space is limited, and we do need much more in investment. We also want to go forward into a cooperation program that will follow this multi-player idea to work with the COPEF system into Mexico. And here we are thankful for PC, who has placed a seed in FEST fund to work with the care systems in the territory. GIZ that has a collaboration system with ECLAC, and the project that was made with Interfair ILO to develop a regional competency. We wish to join all of these projects, creating the platform of common but differentiated platforms and agreement that may come from Mexico, who should be followed by a multi-donor, multi-stakeholder program to also push forward this cooperation. We're also working with Colombia, who will be leading on this occasion the EU CELAC summit from GIZ and ECLAC. We are following that project. It's a pact on care. The Europe's already work on that. In short, we have many ideas, a lot of action. We need investment. We need to already protect what we have, because nothing is for sure. And we also want to create this interregional focus and dialogue, as Barbara suggested. I think it's also time to congratulate ourselves. First, because we are coming with the first regional standard with all of the efforts conducted by the countries. And tomorrow, this will be submitted to the regional conference itself on South-South corporations. It's a forum with a result, with a product, and we hope that it will bring a breath of fresh air, because we know that there are many, many products, but not enough common criteria. So this project brings in a regional standard that may be useful for some countries. Some perhaps are more prepared with a toolkit, and we will continue gathering it all. I close with this idea that this is a community of practices that will be expansive, that will also create this voice from Latin America and the Caribbean in multilateral fora and into the region, and will also involve at the COP, at the Development Summit, and the region already has a voice in the global leadership. And we are thankful and we congratulate the countries who are set on this kind of transformation. We heard today about the fact that the change must occur at the territories. We must understand that feminism is worth. Wow. This is a starting point that is beneficial to all. And I'd like to now close by thanking you, thanking all of the countries, thanking the communities, thanking COPEF that is behind this commitment, naturally the Secretariat, GIZ, Barbara Skoll, and also Belén, Pilar, over here up front. And I ask for a round of applause to as token of our appreciation, and also thank the ECLAC team that is abundant, but we have the interpreters who have been with us. We have colleagues from ITC, and we have public information, and we also have the fundamental work made by my team, Camila Bustos, Alevana de la Fuente, who had to leave because he was traveling today, Mariela, Emily. I ask for an applause. I ask for an applause to all of them. I would say that that would be it. We'll meet again tomorrow. I hope you enjoy Chile, the lovely things that Chile offers, as well as Santiago offers to you. So we adjourn and we'll see you tomorrow.